Chapter 631. Lin Xiao silently listened on the side, thinking about how she was sick and had a fever on the day of the apocalypse. When she woke up the next day, she felt that the air was strangely stifling, giving her a strange feeling, as if her breathing was not smooth. At the time, she thought that it was because of her illness. When she got up weakly to find a glass of water to drink, she suddenly heard a scream from downstairs. Lin Xiao realized that something was wrong, so she quickly put down the glass and walked to the window to look down. She saw some comrades running out of the dormitory, looking panicked. Then, she saw a strange person appear. At the time, the person was walking very unnaturally. He walked very slowly, step by step, and his head was also strangely tilted. Because of the distance, Lin Xiao couldn't see the person's eyes and expression. At that time, a soldier with disheveled clothes ran past him. The strange man suddenly turned around and pounced on the soldier. His movement was very fast. He immediately lowered his head and started biting the soldier. At that time, she was stunned, unable to understand what was going on in front of her. However, the second scream made her come back to her senses, and in the blink of an eye, she saw more strange people walking unnaturally. Lin Xiao still remembered the soldier's scream. She subconsciously reacted and rushed to her cabinet to take out a sniper rifle, quickly assembled it and placed it on the windowsill, then fired a shot at the head of the strange person who was still biting Ken's comrade. Because of her special identity, she had live ammunition. After being shot, the person stopped moving and fell to the ground. The person on top of him also stopped moving. Very soon, chaotic gunshots, alarms, and clamorous shouts began to spread throughout the entire Destiny District. Lin Xiao immediately threw her cold and fever to the back of her mind. She leaned on the windowsill and carefully observed the people walking unsteadily, walking very slowly. However, when they saw people running in panic, these strange people would pounce on them and bite them like starving beasts. As for those who were running in panic, once they were pounced on, they would definitely be covered in blood, and some of them would stop moving after their throats were bitten. Therefore, Lin Xiao was able to distinguish those who walked slowly and unsteadily. Those who came out later did not seem to be the first ones he saw. The ones who came out later were all covered in blood. Some of them had their heads smashed, but they could still attack with incomparable ferocity. Just as Lin Xiao was about to shoot the second one, the door behind her burst open. The other had blood all over his face, his eyes rolled back, and his mouth was full of blood. A man in a military t-shirt staggered in. Looking at this face, although he knew it, it was very unfamiliar at this moment. After the man knocked the door open, he paused for a moment. Then, like those strange people downstairs, he rushed in and threw himself at her. Lin Xiao flipped over, turned the gun in his hand, and fired a shot at the strange man. However, when the bullet hit his chest, it only stunned him for a moment. He turned around and pounced on her as if nothing had happened. Lin Xiao wanted to fire a shot, but it was too late. He could only subconsciously swing his gun and hit the man's head. Then, she rolled to the side of the bed, pulled out the gun, and fired a shot at the man's forehead. Only then did she stop the man from pouncing on her. Now that she thought about it, the whole world had changed overnight. Then, there were zombies that would pounce on anyone they saw, and those who were bitten would turn into zombies not long after. The apocalypse had come. But then again, what is the situation with that zombie? Wu Qinghua changed the topic and asked, after it ran away, do you think it will gather a zombie tide to attack the Huaxia base? Level 2 King is very intelligent, and of course, it will be very vengeful. It seems that the people of the Huaxia base should be careful when they go out in the future. Lu Zhuofeng laughed at this time, but he did not refute Wu Qinghua's words. That's true. This zombie has been locked up for so long, and its blood has been constantly drawn. Obviously, it will not be friendly to the Huaxia base. Lan Lu held his chin and nodded. When it appeared in the morning, it also killed a lot of people. Thinking back to when they went out with Sikong Chun, the smell of blood was thick along the way. Speaking of this, Lin Xiao just remembered that she did not ask for Lin Kuei's opinion. Would that fellow feel indignant? After thinking about it, Lin Xiao flashed into the virtual space. Where is that guy? Seeing that there was only Xiedong in the living room, Lin Xiao asked. Xiedong raised his finger and pointed upstairs. Please help me call him down, Lin Xiao said to Xiedong, then turned around and walked out of the door. Xiedong turned around and went upstairs. Lin Xiao walked out of the door and saw Lu Tianyi squatting in the seedling field, as if he was pulling the grass. And the intelligent zombie was also squatting beside him, also pulling, slap. However, as soon as he stretched out his hand, it was slapped back by Lu Tianyi. Because what he was pulling was not grass. It was someone else's seedling. Lu Tianyi could not speak, and he did not like to shout at him with a strange voice, so he used his eyes to stare. Roar! In the end, the intelligent zombie just bared its teeth at him, then ignored him, then turned around and continued to pull. Slap again. Again. The intelligent zombie was having a lot of fun, but Lin Xiao obviously felt that Lu Tianyi's anger was rising. These two were getting along quite well. Lin Xiao looked at the seedlings. They were almost fully grown. On the other side, Lu Tianyi had already started to dig the soil, ready to move the seedlings over. After he transplanted the seedlings, he would help him level up. This kid's state of mind had already stabilized. It was time to level up. Just as she was thinking, she heard footsteps coming down the stairs behind her. She immediately turned around and saw that Xiedong had already changed into a new set of clothes and came down with a head full of wet hair. Before leaving the Huaxia base, "Is there anything you want to do to the Huaxia base?" she asked as she walked to the sofa. Lin Xiao was stunned. A cold light flashed in her eyes. "What do you want to do? I can help you. But there is a condition. You can't attack people with zero combat power." Lin Xiao looked at him and said. Lin Xiao looked at her and nodded. He would not attack people casually. How could he help the weak? Besides, according to what she said, when he escaped into the Huaxia base, he had already killed many soldiers who chased him. But there were a few people that he really did not want to let go. But before he could follow the smell to find those people, he was intercepted by a large number of troops. But now that he heard what she said, his heart was moved. Chapter 632. If I were you, I wouldn't let those researchers go, right? Lin Xiao seemed to be able to sense his thoughts and said with a smile. Lin Kuei had just sat down when he heard what she said. He looked at her in surprise and his eyes moved slightly. Seems like you do have that thought. I'll send you out when it gets dark. Lin Xiao was still smiling. Lin Kuei looked at her and didn't refute because that was exactly what he wanted. That night, Lin Xiao secretly let Lin Kuei out on the rooftop of a building. Lin Kuei took off his shirt, and his shirtless body quickly changed. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a big black hair and disappeared in a flash on the rooftop in the dark. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao turned around and went to an apartment that she had been to before. Lung Xiantong was very uneasy that day. He was thinking about the mysterious woman and the escaping zombie in the base at the same time. When he heard that the zombie wasn't caught, he immediately felt a strong sense of danger. He knew that the zombie's intelligence was close to that of a human's, but a zombie's nature was to hold a grudge. He was afraid that the zombie would follow their scent and find them because they had spent a lot of time with the zombie. They locked it up, drew its blood, and used drugs. If it didn't hate them, who would it hate? It was a direct grafting of hatred. That was why Lung Xiantong was panicking. "Don't worry, he won't find you." Suddenly, a voice rang in Lung Xiantong's quiet room. Lung Xiantong was startled and stood up from the sofa. Only then did he see clearly that a tall and graceful figure had appeared by the window without him noticing. "It's you." After seeing that it was Lin Xiao, Lung Xiantong felt relieved. But soon he thought of what Lin Xiao said, and his eyes narrowed. Is he still in the base? Lin Xiao shrugged his shoulders and went to sit on his other sofa. She put her long legs on the coffee table, crossed her arms, and leaned against the back of the sofa. Then, she looked up at him. "Yes, that's right. Not only is he in the base, but your colleagues probably won't live to see tomorrow. I came here to wait for him." Lung Xiantong felt that the woman wasn't lying to him. But why did she come to help him? Could it be that she really wanted to recruit him to her base? He didn't take Xiao Lin's request for him to go to her base to do research seriously, but he felt that this woman would appear again. But he didn't expect to hear the news that the zombie had been stolen when he arrived at the research institute this morning. He was shocked and immediately wondered if it was the woman who did it. "Oh, I didn't steal that zombie. It's all your Hua Xiaobase's doing. I'm just leading the sheep along the way." Sensing Lung Xuantong's thoughts, Lin Xiao felt that she didn't want to take the blame. Although she really wanted to do that, now that she wasn't the one doing it, the nature of the matter was different. What do you mean?" Lung Xiantong was stunned when he heard that. He looked at her blankly and asked. Sikong Chun wanted to move the zombie to a more secluded place to hide it. At the same time, he wanted to find a reason to raise the value of the first batch of antidotes. Therefore, he thought of a way to make someone else take the blame. That way, he could tell the people in all the bases that the most important material was missing and that there wouldn't be a second batch of this batch of antidotes. On the other hand, it would make all the bases suspect each other because everyone who came this time was very interested in that zombie. They all knew it, they just didn't show it. Lin Xiao said calmly. She paused and continued. This Sikong Chen has always been someone who doesn't take any losses. Why would he release the small amount of antidotes this time? There must be some other conspiracy behind this. Lung Xiantong was stunned. He heard such an unexpected thing. Moreover, it didn't seem to be good for him to know too much about this. If that was the case, he really couldn't stay in this base anymore. Is what you said true? Why should I believe you? Lung Xiantong calmed himself down and kept telling himself that what this woman said was fake. Otherwise, if it was true, everyone who knew about this would probably be killed by the Huaxia base. Whether it's true or not, it's up to you whether you believe it or not. Anyway, I've already told you the secret. If you don't believe me, then it's your own choice. But there's one thing you have to believe, because that zombie will appear here soon. Lin Xiao sat on the sofa lazily and said, on the other side, a black shadow flashed in the night and quickly jumped to the roof. Then it climbed down the balcony window and quickly reached the balcony of a house in the middle of the building. Lin Ran stood at the locked door of the balcony. Suddenly, her claw pierced through the wooden door with a pu sound. Her hand that had pierced through the door directly opened the lock. After pushing the door open, Lin Ke walked in silently. Then he stood still in the dark room, because he heard a sound coming from the bedroom. The owner of the house was one of the researchers on the antidote. Just as he fell asleep, he suddenly heard a sound coming from the balcony. Thinking about the news that the zombies were stolen and the zombies were running around in the base in the morning, he immediately woke up. Then he cautiously moved from the bedroom to the door, but he didn't immediately open it. It was quiet outside the house. There was no sound. After a few minutes, there was still no sound. The house owner thought he was hearing things, but he didn't dare to be careless. After a while, the owner of the house could not help but gently open the door. When he wanted to look outside, he saw that the living room was completely dark and he could not see anything. He looked towards the balcony door. At this moment, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and grabbed his throat through the small gap in the door. Ugh! Ugh! The sudden shock and pain in his throat, coupled with the sudden feeling of suffocation, made the homeowner struggle violently. But before he could struggle, the hand in the darkness forcefully snapped. Kacha, with a slight muffled sound, one of the research members of the virus antidote team died from a broken neck, suffocation, and ruptured blood vessels. Then, in the darkness of the house, a black figure flashed from the balcony and disappeared again. On the other hand, Lung Xiantong was pacing around the house anxiously, occasionally glancing at the woman who was sitting on his sofa leisurely. In the end, he couldn't help but stop and look at her. When will it come? Lin Xiao knew he was asking when Lin Kue would come here. She squinted her eyes and said, your research team has a total of more than 10 people, plus the special guards who help you to control the zombies. There are more than 20 people, a total of 40 people. I think it will probably come here in 3 hours. Chapter 633. 3 hours later, just as Lung Xiantong was feeling more and more uneasy, a figure appeared on the balcony silently. Look, he's here, Lin Xiao suddenly said. Lung Xiantong was startled by her sudden words. He immediately looked up at her and followed her gaze to the balcony. He felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. There was a black figure standing on the balcony, but it had two triangular ears on its head and a thick tail swaying behind it from time to time. What was even more terrifying was the pair of beastly eyes that shone coldly in the dark. "Don't be nervous." Lin Xiao retracted her legs, stood up, and walked to the balcony door to open it. The figure on the balcony walked in immediately. It was covered in black fur and had a bloody smell. Its face was round and covered in fur. Its nose, mouth, and eyes all looked like a leopard. After the pair of ears came in, it tilted back slightly and stared at Lung Xiantong with its cold eyes. Lung Xiantong felt his body stiffen and his limbs were not listening to him. Even his breathing was a little stifled. After Lin Kuei came in, he stared at Lung Xiantong with murderous intent. However, he did not make a move because he knew that Lin Xiao definitely had her reasons for staying here. He felt that he might not be able to kill the person in front of him. This person is useful to me. You can't kill him. Moreover, he was quite friendly to you in the research institute. If you want him to compensate you, you can keep an eye on him and do things for me in the future." At this moment, Lin Xiao walked over with a smile. She walked past Lin Kuei and blocked his murderous intent towards Lung Xiantong for a moment. Lin Kuei's eyes flashed before he retracted his gaze. After taking a glance at Lin Xiao, he retracted all the fur on his body. Then, he took off the clothes that were tied around his waist and put them on. When Lung Xiantong was locked on by Lin Kuei's murderous intent, his mind was about to explode. Now that Lin Xiao walked past him, he saw that the zombie magically retracted its lock on him. Not only that, it even retracted its attack form and put on its own clothes. Lung Xiantong, who was still in a state of shock, couldn't react when he saw the level 2 king-level zombie putting on its clothes in front of him. Huh? The zombie didn't seem to be attacking him. Why? Why was he wearing clothes? No. He seems to be listening to this woman. Wait, what's going on? From fear to confusion, Lung Xiantong, who suddenly realized something, didn't look too good. He fiercely turned his head to look at Lin Xiao, and then turned his head to look at the zombie that had turned back into a human after putting on its clothes. In the end, he looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. After the woman's words, the zombie's state suddenly changed. What was going on? Why did a level 2 king zombie have to listen to a human? After Lin Kuei put on his clothes, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and leaned against the window. He looked at the researcher's colorful expressions with great interest. However, Lin Xiao was right. He remembered the aura of the people in the research institute. It was because this person only watched him quietly every time. He did not speak, did not make a sound, and did not get too close to him. These actions were beneficial to Lin Kuei, who was treated as a lab rat. Moreover, he clearly felt that among the group of people, this person was not very interested in his research. When they forced him to kill and eat people, this human in front of him stayed far away. That was why he came to him last. However, after seeing Lin Xiao, he knew that he could not kill this person. However, when he heard Lin Xiao said that she wanted this person to work for her, he did not have much objection. See, that's why I said that your experiment is very suitable to be done at my place. You should know that among zombies, not all zombies deserve to die. I know that you are very obsessed with your family. Even if you become a zombie, you are not willing to abandon them. That's why I welcome you to my base. At least I won't discriminate against you. Lin Xiao said to him with a smile. Why do you want to help me? Lung Xiantong looked at Lin Xiao with doubt, and then looked at Lin Kuei, who was quietly leaning against the window. Because my base lacks a research talent. Xiao Lin replied with a smile. She said and turned to Lin Kuei, okay, we should go. I think the base will be in chaos again when the sun rises. Then, she waved at Lung Xiantong. Goodbye. I will give you one night to think about it tomorrow. I will visit again tomorrow. In the end, she and Lin Kuei walked out of the balcony, and both of them disappeared in a flash. This woman was... Who was she? Lung Xiantong looked at the balcony with a blank face. The next day, the entire base was in chaos again, because the research team of the antidote was killed in one night. Even the guards who worked with them were killed. As long as they were directly or indirectly related to the research on the zombie, they were all dead. The cause of death was either their hearts were pierced, half of their skulls were ripped off, or their necks were broken. When Lung Xiantong received the news, he felt terrible. How could he have forgotten that the entire research team had died? But he was the only one still alive. If that was the case, he would be in deep trouble. Although he might not be suspected as the murderer in the end, it was too suspicious. Therefore, before the soldiers found him, he hurriedly hid in his secret research lab. Bam! In the meeting room, Sikong Chun slammed the table with a pale face. He didn't curse out loud. As a leader, he knew that it was useless to curse now. There were more than 10 people in the research team. For such special scientific talents, everyone had someone protecting them in the dark. This was how the base valued and protected them. But even so, they were all killed, and there was no movement at all. Of course, this wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Therefore, it was no wonder that the people sent in the dark were not able to protect them. It was obvious that the murderer was too strong. Go and investigate. If you can't find anything, go and die. Hong Yijie, one of the directors, glared at his subordinate who came to report to the door and shouted. There were 7 directors around the meeting table and Sikong Chun, who was sitting at the head of the table. Everyone's expression was dark and gloomy. A gloomy atmosphere filled the entire meeting room. Even the deputy leaders who stood behind the leader and the directors were silent. They didn't dare to breathe too loudly. Although Hong Yijie's shout was directed at the team leader at the door, the order was given to the deputy leader. Yes. The deputy leader, Su Hua, who was in charge of the city's security, immediately responded. Then, he hurriedly left the meeting room and brought people to investigate the scene. Chapter 634. Was it all done by that zombie? Wu Qingyue was surprised when he heard the news. I think so, because the wound on his head was obviously caused by the claws of some ferocious beast. There was also a hole in its chest, and the hole was just big enough for one hand to pass through. With the strange strength that zombies have, they could easily break a person's neck. Xiao Liqing nodded. Because of the claw marks, and according to the zombie's information, it was a special zoan that could transform into an animal. So, it was normal for it to have claws. Although the claws of a beast were similar to the claws of a high-level zombie. But thinking about it, this zombie was locked up here as a lab rat for so long. It must be resentful. But China suddenly lost such a rare research team. I think Sikong Chun is going to vomit blood. Wu Qingyue said and laughed. This thing, could it be done by her? No one is better than her at killing people without a trace. Xiao Liqing thought of something at this time and said. Wu Qingyue knew who he was talking about. He thought for a moment and said, I think she will only watch from the side. After all, this is the zombie's own business. If she wants to subdue this zombie, she should at least let it do it himself. You have to know that the hatred of zombies also includes possessiveness. Their enemies are their prey. No one can touch them. You say it as if you know zombies very well. Xiao Liqing looked at him. Wu Qingqiao glanced at him and said, I don't know much, but she definitely knows better than anyone. Xiao Liqing was startled, and then he understood. That's right, that person is also a member of the zombies. If she doesn't know, then who does? But that experimental zombie is also a level 2 king, the same level as her. Can she subdue it? Xiao Liqing then asked curiously. I think she won't do something she doesn't have confidence in. Besides, you know she is not the same as before. With her current style of doing things, she must have thought about it. But I don't know how the Chinese base will deal with her after she steals the zombie away. Lin Xiao's faint but imposing smile flashed across Wu Qingyue's mind, and the smile in his eyes deepened. What a silly smile. Xiao Liqing glanced at Wu Qingyue's smile and immediately cursed in his heart. What? I didn't steal that guy. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in the room. And Wu Qingyue and Xiao Liqing were stunned for a moment. Then they turned to look in the direction of the voice. Lin Xiao spread his hands, walked over, and sat on the sofa on the other side of Wu Qingyue. The one who made the first move was actually Sikong Chun, not me. I just let a sheep away on the way. Just as he finished speaking, he saw a small figure rush out of the bedroom and pounce on Lin Xiao's leg like a little bear. A little one, did you miss me? Lin Xiao hugged Wu Yueling, who was wearing thick clothes. He asked her with a happy smile. Wu Yueling was so happy that she nodded vigorously with a big smile on her face. Dad really didn't lie to her. She could also see zombies here. Lin Xiao's smile froze. Then, as if he didn't notice her thoughts, he raised his head and continued to speak to Wu Qingyue. Xikong Chen really thought of a good idea. He was worried that he didn't hide the zombies well enough, so he wanted to change the location. On the surface, he even used the method of framing others to cover it up. I've never seen such a shameless person. When Wu Qingyue and Xiao Liqing heard this, they looked at each other in surprise. He did it himself? Lin Xiao let go of the little one, stood up, and walked to the empty space in front of the coffee table. His figure flashed, and then he quickly threw a person out. I kept one of the people who did it and took care of the others. I'll leave this person to you. As she spoke, she leisurely returned to her seat and continued to hug the little one who was like a bun. Seeing Lin Xiao suddenly throw out a man in a military uniform who was tied up and unable to move, Wu Qingyue was still fine, but the smile on his face disappeared. Xiao Liqing was a bit confused. What? What do you mean? Ask your boss, he knows what I mean. Lin Xiao pouted at Wu Qingyue. Xiao Liqing looked at Wu Qingyue with a blank expression. However, Wu Qingyue looked expressionlessly at the man who was thrown to the ground and couldn't move or speak. The man wasn't unconscious, but his eyes were lowered and he didn't look at anyone. Lin Xiao was afraid that he would commit suicide, so she dislocated his chin, sealed his ability, and even gave him some anesthesia. What did you do to him? Wu Qingyue looked at the man's state, then turned to ask Lin Xiao with a smile. I was afraid that he would kill himself. Lin Xiao shrugged. Why? Why hand him over to us? Xiao Liqing still didn't understand what she meant. Because she doesn't plan to appear in exchange for the antidote. In other words, she doesn't plan to appear, so she can't throw this person in front of everyone to testify against Xikong Chen, Wu Qingyue said to Xiao Liqing. Xiao Liqing turned to look at Lin Xiao in surprise, and saw that Lin Xiao was also smiling. He didn't know why, but the more they smiled, the more similar they felt. He's right. I'm so poor. How could I exchange for that medicine? At most, I'll just borrow it from some people. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Then she lowered her head to ask Wu Yueling, right, Tiny Tot? Am I right? Although Wu Yueling didn't know what they were talking about, she instinctively nodded when Lin Xiao asked her if she was right. In her heart, the zombie mama was like her daddy. Everything she did was right. Lin Xiao looked at her cute little face blushing, her innocent eyes sparkling, and her heart was about to melt. He couldn't help but put his hand on her head and rub it. You fucking emptied the 2 granaries of the Earth Dragon base a few days ago. How dare you shamelessly say that I'm poor? When Xiao Liqing heard Lin Xiao say that he was poor, the way he looked at her didn't look too good. Then he heard Lin Xiao say that she wanted to borrow it. So he asked curiously, borrow? With who? Someone, Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Xiao Liqing was speechless. The woman in front of him had changed so much. One look at her smile, and he knew someone was going to be in trouble. He thought back to what happened to the Earth Dragon base and the disappearance of several important people. Xiao Liqing suddenly realized, why did Hidden Cloud City get so many benefits? That wasn't right. Logically speaking, if this was about the Earth Dragon base, then it had to be because of the incident at Hades base. There was no way Skyfire and Hidden Cloud City would be the only ones who'd lost a leader. Chapter 635. So, why us? Xiao Liqing was still puzzled. Because I'm familiar with you. It's easier to do things with acquaintances. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Xiao Liqing. He looked at Wu Qingyue and wanted to say something but stopped. If he guessed correctly, the vice leader of their base was actually crippled by her. Now she had the nerve to ask for help from their leader. Of course, he didn't dare to say anything without evidence. He could only continue to complain about his leader in his heart. Anyway, besides your leader, I'm not familiar with anyone else here. So, it's better to ask your leader for help. Lin Xiao glanced at Wu Qingyue and then looked down at Wu Yueling. Wu Yueling put her hand on her lower abdomen, but she didn't feel little man's response. She was confused. She was asleep, so she couldn't talk to little man. Lin Xiao grabbed Wu Yueling's little hand and said to her in her heart. Wu Yueling slightly raised her head and looked at her. There was a flash of disappointment in her eyes, but she didn't say anything. Good boy. Lin Xiao smiled and patted his head. Wu Yueling squinted her big eyes, and the little bit of disappointment in her heart disappeared. But what's in it for me to do this? At this time, Wu Qingyue also smiled and looked at her with a flash of light in his eyes. Since she brought this person here, then the zombie must be with her. If he were to let this person go, then others would definitely ask him where the zombies went. So he had to think of a way to cover for her. I'll give you 30% of the borrowed medicine. Lin Xiao smiled faintly, but her eyes didn't narrow. When she looked at Wu Qingyue, there was also a flash of light in her eyes. 30%? Isn't this a little too little? At least half each. The best thing is in your hands, isn't it? Wu Qingyue shook his eyebrows, and his eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. What? He was the one who delivered it to me on his own accord. This has nothing to do with you. Besides, it's already good enough that I gave you a chance to clear your suspicion, but you still want to take advantage of me. Lin Xiao directly rolled her eyes at him and refused without thinking. 50%. Otherwise, you can take this person away. Wu Qingyue just looked at her with a smile, obviously unwilling to compromise. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed, and the corner of his mouth twitched. This man really didn't want to take a loss. 35%, 50%, 40%, 50%, 50%, only 40%. Don't go too far. All right then, 45%. The corners of Lin Xiao's mouth twitched, then the corners of his eyes twitched. He raised his eyebrows and resisted the urge to turn around and leave. There was only a difference of 5% between 45% and 50%. What's the difference? There was still a difference, but in Lin Xiao's eyes, there was no difference at all. Let's go, little guy. Come play with me for a few days. She endured the anger in her heart and suddenly stood up while carrying the little guy. Before the two of them could react, he had already disappeared from the room. Wu Qingyue and Xiao Liqing were left dumbfounded. Xiao Liqing looked at Wu Qingyue's stiff smile, and then looked at the sofa where Lin Xiao had disappeared. These two really didn't want to take a loss. Speaking of which, boss, isn't that your fiancé? You will continue to eat dog food like this. Xiao Liqing looked at Wu Qingyue with sympathy, and then turned to look at the man on the ground. So, she agreed to give us 45%? Xiao Liqing asked. She didn't object in the end, right? Wu Qingyue smiled until his eyes were squinted, but she took Lingling away. Xiao Liqing couldn't help but stab him. Cough. Wu Qingyue's mouth twitched, and Lingling was very willing, I think. Xiao Liqing stabbed him again. All right, send this person to Sikong Chun. At the same time, spread the news that this group of people were originally from China, and for some reason, they were transferring the experimental zombies, but the zombies escaped. Wu Qingyue changed the topic and ordered. Yes. Xiao Liqing immediately responded with a serious expression. Go, go. Wu Qingyue waved his hand at him, like he was shooing away a fly. Xiao Liqing secretly rolled his eyes and turned to leave. Wu Qingyue waited for him to leave, and then his expression immediately withered. That abominable female zombie. She actually abducted his family's baby again. Moreover, the woman hadn't agreed to the 45% that he had mentioned just now. He already had a feeling that at that time, she would definitely use the reason of not agreeing to only give him 40% of the antidote. This woman was not willing to take a loss. He was very clear on this point. Lin Xiao, who had entered the space, sat on the sofa with Xiao Budian in her arms and said to Xiadong, go ask Lu Tianyi to help pick some strawberries. Xiadong and Lin Kuei, who were squatting at the door, were silently watching Lu Tianyi and the level 4 intelligent zombie fight outside. When they sensed Lin Xiao coming in with another breath, they turned around at the same time. Xiadong knew Wu Yueling, so he immediately stood up and walked out after hearing her words. Lin Kuei looked at Wu Yueling curiously, and his eyes lit up. Lin Xiao also noticed his reaction. Oh, you like children. Lin Kuei stood up and walked into the house. Looking at Wu Yueling, his eyes lit up, and the corner of his mouth unconsciously raised into a smile. Suddenly, a strange zombie with a pair of dark eyes and a scar on its face walked in. Wu Yueling was shocked and quickly turned around to hug Lin Xiao tightly. She twisted her face into Lin Xiao's neck and buried it. Seeing such a big reaction from Wu Yueling, Lin Ke was stunned, and then he unconsciously stopped walking, and his expression became a little disappointed. Then he sighed, turned around, and retreated to the door, but his eyes looked back at Wu Yueling from time to time. Lin Ke also knew that his appearance would scare the child, but it couldn't be helped. He couldn't find a plastic surgeon to change his appearance, right? Don't mind him. This child is a bit autistic, and being afraid of strangers is just a normal reaction. He will be fine after seeing him a few more times. Lin Xiao saw that his expression was a little lonely and couldn't help but say. Lin Kuei's eyes flashed, and he nodded. After a while, he saw Lu Tianyi walk in with a bunch of strawberries, and then he went into the kitchen to put them on a plate, and then he went out again. After a while, he brought in the washed strawberries, walked in front of Lin Xiao, and put the strawberries in the plate on the coffee table. A shadow flashed outside the door, and then a head poked out from the side of the door. A pair of dark eyes without white curiously looked at Lin Xiao's arms. Obviously, this intelligent zombie was attracted by Wu Yueling's smell. Chapter 636. Lu Tianyi saw him drooling at Wu Yueling and couldn't help but kick him. Stupid pesticide, move aside. Don't drool at the little princess. Lu Tianyi glared at him. Roar dash. The intelligent zombie roared in dissatisfaction after being kicked, but he didn't dare to do anything to him. If it wasn't for the boss inside, he would have bitten Lu Tianyi's skull. Who is pesticide? What the hell is pesticide? In Lu Tianyi's eyes, this guy recently liked to catch bugs to eat. He would pull out all the weeds. Of course, if he didn't keep an eye on it, he would pull out the seedlings as well. The effect would be similar to pesticide. Lu Tianyi glared at pesticide, then went to get a clean cup and a glass of water to put in front of Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao patted Wu Yueling's back and said to her, "Come, drink the water first. Don't be afraid, he won't come over." Wu Yueling moved slightly, then slowly looked back. There were no other strangers in the living room, but there seemed to be some people outside the door. "Come, there's strawberries. Do you want some?" Lin Xiao hugged her and reached for a strawberry, then put it in front of her eyes for her to see. Seeing the familiar strawberry, Wu Yueling didn't think twice and took it. She put it in her mouth and took a bite while looking outside curiously. Right at this moment, a spotted figure leapt out and shouted at the little guy in a tender voice. Ooh. Seeing the little tiger, Xiao Budian's attention was immediately attracted. Very quickly, the news of China's leader sending people to move the experimental zombies. But due to his subordinates' incompetence, the experimental zombies' escape spread. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave had arisen. The matter of the research team being killed hadn't been cleared up yet, and now this wave had appeared. Although the people from the major bases were angry when they found out, they guessed that China would definitely do something this time, so they remained calm. Everyone had the same thought, and that was, I thought it was stolen by another base. I didn't expect it to be Xikong Chen's doing. Lu Zhuofeng's face was gloomy, and his thick black eyebrows were knitted together. Then his expression changed, and he said mockingly, Xikong Chen will probably vomit blood again this time. On the other side, Lan Lu expressionlessly stood by the window and rubbed his chin as he analyzed. I think this Xikong Chen is afraid that the position he placed the zombies in before is not safe, so he wants to change it. At the same time, he could create chaos to cover it up. I didn't expect him to dig a hole for us to jump in, but in the end, he lost his footing and fell into it. But where did the zombie go? Why can't I feel any fluctuations from him? I've checked. The experimental zombie is called Makui. He's male, and his ability is Zoan. His attack form is that of a black panther. He's very good at hiding, Lei Chung said. On the other side, Li Jingye sneered in his room. China's slap on its own face is really loud. Let's see what else he has to say next. How dare they try to shift the blame onto us? At this time, Lin Xiao placed Wu Yueling in her own room. Be a good boy and play by yourself for a while. I still have work to do. I'll come in and play with you later. Okay. Lin Xiao placed her on the bed that she had never slept on before. She squatted down and looked her in the eye level as she spoke. Wu Yueling was slightly stunned. Then she nodded her head unwillingly. Our Lingling is the most obedient. If you want to go to the washroom, open the door and ask the uncle at the door to bring you there. Okay? Lin Xiao patted her head. When Wu Yueling heard that she was the most obedient, the unwillingness in her heart finally disappeared. She looked at Lin Xiao and nodded her head with a smile. Lin Xiao then left the space and appeared in China's base. She went up to the rooftop and sniffed the air. After identifying Lung Xuantong's position, she followed his scent and looked for him. Not long later, she found an alley with no one around. The snow around the alley was piled up thickly and no one had swept it. However, there was a layer of ice on the surface of the snow and it was slowly melting. If one didn't pay attention, one wouldn't be able to tell that there was a layer of ice on the snow. Lin Xiao walked over. She was in invisible mode, and her body weight was reduced by 70%. Moreover, she deliberately walked lightly. She stepped on the ice but didn't break the thin layer of ice. There were walls on both sides of the alley, and there was a building at the end. This was a dead end, and no one would come here usually. However, there was a manhole cover at the corner at the end of the alley. Lin Xiao walked over and looked around. Although there was no one in the alley, there were still people from the search team patrolling the area from time to time. After thinking for a while, Lin Xiao opened the manhole cover gently and jumped in. As she dove in, the manhole cover was closed gently. She walked down the ladder, and there was indeed a manhole below. After going down the ladder, there was a passageway that was half a meter wide. The middle of the manhole was filled with dirty water. Her nose was too sensitive, and Lin Xiao felt a little dizzy from the impact. She covered her nose and walked down the passageway. After walking for more than 10 meters, there was a corner. After turning the corner, there was a metal door. She walked over and knocked on the door. After a pause, she said, "It's me, open the door." After saying that, she waited quietly. After more than 10 seconds, she felt some movement from inside. The door was opened, and a chill rushed out from inside. Lung Xiantong looked at her with a complicated expression and then stepped aside to let her in. After Lin Xiao went in, she saw 2 glass cabinets in the narrow basement. There were 2 frozen zombies in the cabinets, one big and one small. She walked closer and sniffed the 2 zombies. The big one was a female zombie. It looked like she had just turned into a zombie not long ago. There wasn't any hostility on her body. She just looked ferocious and her eyes were closed. The small one was a little boy around 8 years old. Other than his dark and sunken eyes, there wasn't any other change. "Your wife and son?" Lin Xiao took 2 steps back and looked at the fridge. "Yes." After Lung Xiantong closed the door, he walked to the lab table. There were all kinds of reagents and test tubes on the table. There were all kinds of complicated yet simple tools. The entire research team died, but he didn't. Of course, he couldn't stay in the Huaxia base anymore. Although this woman said she would give him time to think, he didn't have a choice in the end. "Let the 2 of them out. Without me, you guys won't be able to leave the Huaxia base." Lin Xiao turned around and said to him, "Because the Huaxia base only allowed people to enter and not leave. Only after the exchange of antidotes and the people from the other bases left could the lockdown order be lifted." Chapter 637. Lung Xiantong looked at her hesitantly. He suddenly thought that since she could make Makui listen to her, she might have some special skills that could control zombies. After thinking about it, he had no other choice but to open the freezer. He placed his hand on the ice cubes inside, and soon, the ice cubes slowly melted. Although the ice melted, the 2 zombies didn't wake up because of it. Lin Xiao knew that he injected tranquilizer into the freezer to make the 2 zombies stand still. You don't have to inject tranquilizer into them anymore. Let them rest like this when they wake up. She turned around and said to Lung Xiantong. These 2 zombies hadn't even broken through the normal level. She didn't know what level they had to reach to recover their memories. Now that little man wasn't at the bottom of the lake, she still needed to guide the recovery treatment. However, she wasn't as clear as little man. Lung Xiantong looked at her, nodded and didn't say anything. He knew that she had the skill to control zombies, but she definitely wouldn't tell him. After putting the necessary reagents and tools into the box, he stood to the side. The boxes that Lin Xiao touched all disappeared. Lung Xiantong guessed that she had a space. However, he didn't know what type of space it was and how big it was. When he saw that she made his wife and child disappear, Lung Xuantong's heart tightened. However, when he saw that she appeared again in the next second, he felt slightly relieved. "Let's go, I'll bring you in." Lin Xiao walked in front of him and grabbed his shoulder. The two of them entered the living room of the space. "In order to avoid any accidents, I think it's best that you don't leave this building." Lin Xiao sat on the sofa and said to him, "What do you want me to research for you?" Lung Xiantong looked around the unfamiliar environment as soon as she came in. Seeing that her two zombies were placed against the wall by the door, she heaved a sigh of relief in her heart and turned around to ask after hearing her words. "Of course it's to research viruses. You already have a lot of experience in this area." Lin Xiao looked at him and pointed to the sofa beside her. "Purpose?" Lung Xiantong walked over him politely, sat down, and asked, "Could it be that this woman also wanted to find a way to control the virus? To control the virus's infectivity. Or I want an antibody. Antibodies that can resist the invasion of the virus," she told him. She couldn't always think for the zombies on this side. Of course, she also had to think for the humans on the other side. Her base allowed the two to coexist. If the bodies of the people in the base could resist the invasion of the zombie virus, then the lives of the people here would be easier. Even if she could control all the zombies, she could not guarantee that there would be no accidents. Lung Xiantong nodded. His guess was right. "Where will my lab be in the future? Don't tell me it has always been in your space?" Lung Xiantong suddenly thought of another question. "Of course the laboratory is in the base. How could it be in my space? When we get back to the base, we'll naturally let you go. But you still have to stay here for a few days. Don't worry, there will be food and water. Just treat it as a few days of rest." Lin Xiao looked at him and said. Lung Xiantong didn't say anything else and nodded. When Lin Xiao said that there would be food and drinks, he naturally asked Lu Tianyi to prepare them for him. Anyway, there was rice here and a lot of vegetables were grown outside. Lin Xiao went upstairs and carried Wu Yueling down. Feeling that there was another stranger in this building, Wu Yueling became silent. Only when Lin Xiao talked to her did she have some reaction. When the outside knew that the matter of him moving the zombies had been exposed, Sikong Chen's face turned green until it was almost black. His body was surrounded by a strong, dark pressure. The killing intent in his eyes flickered, and his entire face was tense. "Did you find who spread it?" he asked word by word through gritted teeth. "There's no need to investigate it all. They said it openly. C-City's Wu Qinyue, I don't know where he got the news." One of the directors, Han Xiao, smiled and shrugged. "Then what evidence does he have?" Sikong Chen's voice was a little stiff because he was suppressing his anger. "I didn't find that, but he said that the zombies ran away on their own. This is very disadvantageous for our medicine exchange this time. The other bases have a lot of opinions about this. Has everyone thought about how to deal with it?" Han Xiao changed the topic. Sikong Chen didn't say anything. He sat at the head of the table with an ugly face. He also knew that his question about evidence was unnecessary. Even if they refused to admit it, the news had already spread. The major bases could use this as an excuse. But needless to say, as long as they changed their way of thinking and investigated them, they would definitely find some clues. Even if they cleaned up the evidence, it was hard to guarantee that there were no mistakes. But this zombie ran away on its own. "What's going on?" "Leader, this is the elite team you sent, right? Are you sure you didn't let it go on purpose?" At this moment, a mocking voice rang out. "Old who, you can't say that. This team's leader is a level 6 psychic, and the other members are level 5. The people our leader sent are not weak. But why did this zombie run away? Why?" At this time, another voice sounded. At first, it seemed to refute the words of the person in front of him, but later on, it seemed to be directed at Sikong Chen. The person in front was Hu Zhiyong, one of the directors of China. Behind him was Lu Jinan, also one of the directors. But these two people never tolerated Sikong Chen's dissatisfaction. When they had the chance, they would seize the opportunity to mock Sikong Chen. At the beginning, I said that after this batch of drugs is successful, we can drain all of the zombies' blood and store it. Half of it can be used to manufacture drugs, and the other half can be used to develop evolutionary-grade drugs. What did you say? Oh, you said that the zombie's blood molecules can retain more energy. Now, it's very sufficient, so much that it ran away on its own. Hu Zhiyong laughed loudly. As his words fell, Sikong Chen's face became even uglier. The others silently watched the battle and didn't say anything. The atmosphere in the conference room became more and more gloomy, but the directors sitting at the conference table didn't take it to heart. Only the other deputy leaders next to them didn't dare to breathe loudly. They kept quiet and didn't even dare to lift their eyes. Of course, we can't admit to this matter. We just need to push the matter out. So, we will push the blame to whoever spread the news, Sikong Chen said coldly. But we still haven't found that member of the dispatch team. Could he have fallen into the hands of the major bases? At this time, Wei Haichao said. Chapter 638. Do you even need to ask? Old Wei, this person must have fallen into Wu Qingyue's hands. For this man to spread the news so brazenly, I think he must have gotten the information from that member's mouth. In my opinion, shouldn't we have silenced this team member back then? Not only did we fail the mission, but this matter is also of great importance. Leaving him alive will definitely be a hidden danger. Lu Jinan smiled at Sikong Chen and said. Sikong Chen glanced at him and didn't say a word. He was too lazy to answer such a boring question. The most important thing now was to find the zombie. Another thing was that if this team member was still alive in Wu Qingyue's hands, then he must be killed. China was already thinking of killing that team member, and Wu Qingyue also guessed that China would do so. Watch carefully. China will definitely send someone to kill him. Wu Qingyue smiled and said to the people in the room. The problem is, who will they send? Xiao Liqing frowned. Unless Sikong Chen comes personally, who else would have the ability to take this person's life under the eyes of our leader? Emily stood by the window and said, no matter who it is, they will definitely want to try. Wu Qingyue smiled and said, if that's the case, then let's not wait for them to come. Let's send the person out first. Send? To where? The other two were confused. Mo Li's face was expressionless, but her eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. Send it to whoever has the most manpower, Wu Qingyue said with a smile. Oh, you want to throw the hot potato to the Green Mountain base? Xiao Liqing interrupted at this moment. Why Qingshan base? Mo Li didn't understand. In terms of manpower, Qingshan base didn't have that many people. He didn't have that many people, but think about the level of the opponent's ability. Xiao Liqing said. Emily finally understood. Oh, right, he has 2 level 7 paranormals with him, and 2 level 6 paranormals as well. We hear? Okay. He does have more people than us or the other bases. So, half an hour later, the people of Qingshan base looked on in bewilderment as Wu Qingyue brought his men and brought a man who couldn't move to his room. Who is this? By the way, what are you trying to do? Lan Lu sized up the man who was tied up and unable to move or speak. It's safer to keep the evidence with you, Wu Qingyue said with a smile. He walked to the sofa and sat down. Seeing him acting so casually, the people of the Green Mountain base stared at him with an expression that said, this guy is really rude. Evidence? What's going on? By the way, why didn't you keep it? Why did you leave it with me? Lan Lu expressed his dissatisfaction. He knew. One look at this man, and he knew that it was definitely not a good thing. This Wu Qingyue wanted to throw the troublesome matter to him. He is the witness of that incident. This person is the only survivor of the team that transferred the experimental zombies. As long as he was dead, there would be no evidence. Do you think Sikong Chan would admit to this so easily? After Wu Qingyue sat down, he crossed his arms in front of his chest. Oh, so why did you bring him to me? Lan Lu raised an eyebrow. He had an expression that said, I know what you're up to. Then I don't have enough manpower. What if he gets killed when I'm not careful? Wu Qingyue replied with a smile. If you want to kill him, then kill him. What does that have to do with me? What are you trying to do by bringing him to me? Don't tell me you want me to keep an eye on it for you. Don't even think about it. Lan Lu glared at Wu Qingyue. How can we do that? I say, are you an idiot? If he died, wouldn't Sikong Chun be able to renege on his debt? Then why did he try to push the blame onto us, the foreign bases, to threaten us? Are you going to pretend that nothing happened? Wouldn't that be letting him off too easily? You're too casual. Also, what if he ran away with the experimental zombies? This batch of potions is equivalent to not having another batch to raise the price. Wu Qingyue said to Blue Land. Hearing this, Lan Lu didn't speak again, because he had already guessed that this would happen, but this Wu Qingyue actually wanted to throw this hot potato at him. He was not happy. Seeing that he didn't speak, Wu Qingyue immediately took it as a silent agreement. He slapped his knees and stood up, then it's settled. You're a spirit type, so it's much easier for you to keep an eye on him than me. Saying this, he waved his hand and walked towards the door with a smile. Hey, wait a minute. I haven't agreed yet. Damn. Lan Lu's expression froze. Then he became angry. However, Wu Qingyue didn't care about him and walked to the door in a few steps. Then I'll leave the witness to you. He waved at Lan Lu with his back, facing him, and walked out. You? Lan Lu stared at his disappearing silhouette. Speaking of which, where did he find this person? The other people who hadn't spoken up until now finally asked curiously. Lan Lu turned his head and looked at the team member. He couldn't help but smack his lips. TSK. That cunning fox, throwing such a sweet potato at us and running away. Do you want us to send him back? Zheng Hao looked at Lan Lu and asked. Hey, forget it, right? Have you found any clues about that zombie? How could it disappear? Lan Lu shook his head. No, there's really no clues at all. It broke off in that cultivation base. Even the Huaxiao base couldn't find anything. Lei Qing said. Really, where did he go? Lan Lu frowned slightly when he heard this and muttered with some distress. A few days later, it was finally the exchange date that the Huaxiao base had agreed on. First, they had to show the effects of a drug. In a small plaza, there was a tall wall built around it. In front of the plaza was a two-story factory. The wall on the second floor of the factory, facing the plaza, had been completely torn down. It was so empty that the inside of the building could be seen. However, although one side of the wall was torn down, it was blocked by glass. The people standing on the second floor could clearly see the situation in the plaza below. In the center of the plaza below, there was a square area with a length of 10 meters and a width of 10 meters surrounded by iron nets. Obviously, that was the place used for the display. The Huaxiao people arranged the important figures of the major bases to sit on the edge of the glass area on the second floor. They could clearly see the situation below. On the second floor, there were sofas and tea tables corresponding to the figures of the major bases placed against the glass. There was also tea and some fruits and snacks. Only the Huaxiao base was so generous. If they went to Haiqing, they would probably only get tea and nothing else. After the people of the major bases were brought up, they found their corresponding seats and sat down. Then they looked down and around them with great interest. Chapter 639. The host's seat was in the center. After everyone sat down, Lu Zhuofeng smiled and said, Leader C, I always felt that the range of this potion is too small. It's only 10 meters, and its power is similar to a level 6 paranormal AoE skill. If it's the ice element, even a level 5 paranormal can do it. In China's seat, in addition to Xikong Chen, there were 3 other directors sitting next to him. Hearing Lu Zhuofeng's words, Hu Zhiyong smiled and replied, Don't worry, this kind of 10-meter range is only a sample of the first successful experiment. It is considered a semi-finished product, so there are not many of them. But if 10 potions are used at the same time, the range will be doubled. Although it won't directly reach 100 meters, it can also reach more than 70 meters. Gather all the zombies in a 70-meter range and directly throw 10 potions in. The effect should be very good. He used the advantages to cover up the disadvantages, and at the same time, he said that this was only the first semi-finished product, but his words revealed another message. Huh? Could it be that you have developed the real product? Lan Lu asked with some surprise. Everyone's expression changed slightly when they heard what he said. Yes, it is what Leader Lan said. Hu Zhiyong smiled, looked at him, and said, This 10-meter range is indeed only the first stage of the semi-finished product. Later on, we also developed the second and third stages. Of course, the effect is different. Let us explain it to everyone while watching the demonstration. There's a second and third stage. Everyone's expression was a little surprised, and then a flash of light flashed in their eyes. It seemed that the information they received was not comprehensive. China really hid the information so deeply, it was really not simple. Obviously, the information was deliberately released by them, so that their attention would be diverted and they could suppress the more important information. Then, the demonstration will begin. Lu Jinan also smiled at this time, then clapped his hands. Then, they saw a few beautiful girls holding a list walked in front of the people of the base, and gently placed it on their table. This list was the exchange price of the potions. On it were the list of the potions for the 3 stages, as well as the name and quantity of the items needed to be exchanged. Everyone took the list and looked at it, but then they were attracted by the movement in the square downstairs. There were a few soldiers in the square below, all wearing white protective suits and gas masks. However, he dragged an ordinary person whose hands and feet were chained and dirty. Then, the people in protective suits hung up the ordinary person whose hands and feet were chained and hung him in the middle of the 10-meter-high iron fence. Seeing this scene, everyone present understood what was going on. However, this was Huaxia's own arrangement. They wouldn't have any objections, so they just watched calmly. After the man was hung up, he began to struggle, but it was useless. After the men secured him in the middle of the chain-link fence, they left. Only one of them walked to the southeast corner, opened a square lid on the ground, and revealed a hole. Then, that person quickly left and locked all the doors. After a while, a claw came out of the hole, then 2, and finally a head. Very quickly, an ordinary zombie crawled out. Seeing the zombie crawling out, the man who was hung up immediately began to scream in horror. His struggling and twisting became more intense. Soon, zombies kept crawling out of the hole. The zombies that came out were all ordinary zombies. They staggered as they walked, with their 2 arms hanging down. After noticing the human, they immediately raised their arms and instinctively extended them forward. They began to rush towards the person that was being hung. Roar dash, roar dash, roar dash, attracted by the smell of the living person. The zombies that kept crawling out of the hole moved towards this side. Because the entrance of the barbed wire was facing the entrance of the zombie cave, the zombies quickly rushed into the 10-meter fence. There are a total of 200 zombies released. When all of them enter the 10-meter range fence, we will first show the use and effect of a potion. At this time, Hu Jiong stood up and walked to the glass with some excitement. He pointed to the situation below and turned back to the people of the base. No wonder I heard that you don't have a lot of potions. It turns out that you have a backup plan. Amazing! At this time, Wu Qingwei glanced at Sikong Chun with a smile and said, Today, Sikong Chun had been expressionless. The 2 directors, Hu Zhiyong and Lu Jinan, spoke. Seeing that Wu Qingwei glanced at him, Sikong Chen's expression changed. Of course, this is not to give you a surprise. He said faintly. After all the zombies below were released, they gathered within the 10-meter-high fence. All the zombies looked at the man hanging in the air and stretched out their claws, wanting to grab him. But the position where the man was hung was more than 3 meters high. If the zombies below did not jump up, they would not be able to touch the man hanging above. Roar dash, roar dash, roar dash, help! Help, help! The man desperately shouted. Although he knew rationally that no one would come, his shouting could disperse the fear in his heart. Okay, but the preparation is done. Next, please watch the effect. Hu Zhiyong smiled and made a gesture to the people behind him to knock on the glass. Soon, a person in protective clothing appeared on the fence of the plaza below. The person was holding a test tube filled with potions, and he casually threw it into the zombie fence. But when the potion was in midair, the person swung his hand, and a fireball suddenly hit the test tube. Then, the potion and the fireball exploded together. Everyone should know that this initial stage potion will take effect in an hour and a half. If you want to see the effect, you will have to wait for an hour and a half. At this time, Hu Zhiyong looked back at the crowd and said with a smile, So you want us to wait here for an hour and a half? Lu Zhuofeng snorted coldly and said with slight dissatisfaction, Of course we won't let you guys be bored, because we have a program to entertain you all. At this time, Hu Jiong smiled faintly and said calmly, "Oh, there's a program to watch. This is good, and we can even entertain ourselves. I wonder what kind of program director who has arranged for us?" Sunfire Base's Li Jingyel laughed loudly at this time. "Just a little game," Hu Jiong replied with a smile. Chapter 640. Go. Play the program we prepared, Lu Jinan said to Lai Chenkong, who was standing behind him. Lai Chenkong looked like an ordinary man in his 30s. His looks were ordinary, and he was neither tall nor short. He belonged to the type that would be lost in a crowd. He nodded calmly and said, "Yes." After saying that, he turned around and went down. Soon, the people in the base saw Lai Chenkong appear on the wall of the square with two other people. One of the men beside him pointed at the barbed wire fence. The iron fence quickly changed and began to extend. Soon, the entrance and the top were sealed. It turned into a huge cage made of metal mesh. The 200 zombies were all sealed in the cage, but they didn't care because their attention was attracted by the person hanging in the air. The wall around the square was originally only 5 or 6 meters high, but now it suddenly rose. It directly rose to a height of 20 meters, and the light under the square immediately dimmed. At this time, the door under the wall that brought the human bait was opened again. Then a group of people carrying 2 zombies tied together came in. The 2 zombies were quietly lying on the ground. Their eyes were closed as they were carried in by the people. Soon, the people wearing protective suits put one of the 2 zombies on the side of the square, and each took out a syringe and injected something into the zombie. "Huh, what are you doing? Is the program you were talking about these 2 zombies?" Black Dragon Base Gao Haoyan curiously looked at the scene below and asked. "Oh, these 2 are level 3 intelligent zombies. Everyone knows that intelligent zombies are territorial. So when another unfamiliar zombie of the same level enters their territory or is in the same place with another unfamiliar zombie of the same level, they will attack each other to determine the winner. So, today's first program is to watch a zombie fight." Lu Jinan smiled and introduced the program to everyone. "Oh, I see. Interesting." Lu Zhuofeng was very interested at this time. "The first program? Does it mean there are other programs later?" Wu Qingyue smiled and looked at the scene downstairs with his smiling eyes. There was no change. "Of course, we can't just prepare one. Otherwise, how would it be enough for everyone to entertain themselves?" Lu Jinan nodded in agreement. At this time, after the people below injected something into the 2 zombies, they immediately retreated. After 10 to 20 seconds, the 2 zombies that were lying motionless with their eyes closed opened their eyes at the same time. His eyes were pitch black, a pair of strange black eyes without eyeballs. If it was 5 years ago, seeing these eyes would have scared people to death. But today, 5 years later, no one would be scared by those eyes, because they were already familiar with each other. The eyes of the 2 zombies flashed, and a light flashed in their black eyes. Then they seemed to find that they were tied up. At the same time, they looked in each other's direction. Puff, puff, the ropes tied to their bodies were not very strong and were quickly broken by the 2 zombies. Roar, roar, the 2 level 3 intelligent zombies immediately rushed towards each other. These 2 zombies are about to break through to level 4. If they can eat each other's zombie core, then they should be able to break through. So, in order to level up, these 2 zombies will try their best to kill each other. At this time, Lu Jinan said with a smile, because there were 2 level 3 zombies and they were emitting a brutal attack signal. The ordinary zombies in the guardrail immediately quieted down. The 2 zombies rushed in front of each other, ignoring the situation around them. In their eyes, there was only the same level as them. As long as they dug out the other party's energy core and ate it, they could break through to their current level. Both of them were level 3, and their physical strength and speed were inhuman. When they attacked, they liked to stand on all fours, raise their heads, and stare at the opponent. Moreover, these 2 zombies had a mark on their necks, one red and one blue. "Do you want to bet on which one will win?" "I bet on the red one," Hu Jiong said with a smile. "Oh, there's this. Not bad. I think the blue one is not bad. Then I bet on the blue one, a level 5 zombie core. Ha ha ha. At this time, Lu Zhuofeng threw a zombie core on the table and laughed. I bet on the red one. Blue. Blue. The others were also interested. Now that there was a bet, they all stared at the scene below with great interest. Only Lan Lu and Wu Qingyue looked down expressionlessly, while Wu Qingyue smiled. No one knew what they were thinking. Lin Xiao stood on the wall, silently watching the situation below. She looked at the people on the second floor and saw that they were all throwing zombie cores on the table. From the thoughts of Lai Qingkong and the others, she knew what they were doing now. Was it a program? A light flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes and the corner of her mouth hooked up. Then, she would add some fun to their fun. Then she jumped down from the guardrail. The potion below had already dissipated, and Lin Xiao had been watching from the side. She did not feel anything about the potion that had been burned. Obviously, it did not affect her at all. She stood on top of the cage, and when the two zombies were fighting again, she suddenly flashed to the side of the two zombies. Then the two zombies suddenly froze, and their movements instantly stopped. Huh? What's wrong? The people upstairs were watching the two zombies happily, and when they saw the situation, they were confused. Huh? Why did they suddenly stop? Soon, they saw that the two zombies had retracted their violent aura, and then quietly stood there, looking at each other. That's right, the two zombies were not fighting anymore. They just stood there, looking at each other, and did not move. Huh? What's going on? Is it another program that you guys arranged? Bao Qingji, one of the leaders of the Meng tribe, could not help but look at the people from China. No, this is not our arrangement. How could it be like this? Lu Jimian was also confused and turned his head to look at Hu Zhiyong and Si Gongchen. He saw that the two of them were also looking at him blankly. Why did they stop fighting? Don't tell me that these two zombies can shake hands? At this time, Lu Zhuofeng said. In the end, after a few seconds, everyone looked at him with a strange expression. Because after he said this, the two zombies below stretched out their claws and held each other's claws. They even shook it. Damn, I was just joking. Lu Zhuofeng was a little confused. Chapter 641. At this time, the people hanging in the zombie cage had already fallen into a coma, hanging there motionless. After seeing the situation below, Wu Qinyue's mouth hooked up, and a smile appeared in his smiling eyes. And Lan Lu thoughtfully touched his chin, and suddenly turned to look at Wu Qinyue. So he saw the smile that suddenly flashed in his eyes. He knew that although Wu Qinyue's face was smiling, there was no smile in his squinted eyes. Now the two level 3 zombies below stopped fighting, and the zombies in the giant cage were also quietly squeezed together. What was there to see? Apart from Wu Qinyue, who seemed to know something, everyone else in the various bases immediately revealed impatient expressions. Go down and see the situation. If it doesn't work, then change to 2. Si Gongchen frowned and said, Yes. Ho Guozhong, who sat behind him, nodded and stood up. From the time the potion was used until now, only less than 20 minutes had passed. There was still 1 hour and 10 minutes left, and something went wrong so quickly. Everyone was a bit disappointed. But soon, the situation below immediately changed. After the two zombies shook hands, they suddenly looked up at the position of Lai Qingkong and the others on the wall. Then their bodies moved, and they fiercely jumped to the top of the net cage, then immediately turned around and rushed in the direction of the few people. Pu Dash, sharp claws pierced through the steel on the wall, and then began to climb up. Huh? What's the situation? Everyone on the second floor was confused by this situation. Hey, this is a bit interesting. Director Lu, this can't be arranged by you, right? Lan Lu, who was originally thoughtful at this time, laughed. This? What the hell is going on? Lu Jinan's expression was somewhat ugly. And on the wall, Lai Qingkong looked down at the two zombies that were climbing towards him, and his face was also surprised and puzzled. What is going on? What is going on with these two zombies? He angrily looked at the two zombies, raised his hand, and a bunch of flames rushed out, circled above his head, and then quickly smashed towards the two level 3 zombies. Bang! The two zombies were immediately smashed to the ground. At this time, a gust of wind blew down, blowing the two level 3 zombies to the other side. At the same time, their heads were also blown away. 2 zombie heads were cut off from their bodies and rolled to the other side. Thick blood splattered on the ground. Ho Guozhong landed beside Lai Chengkong and said to the others, "These 2 are no longer of any value. Let's exchange for 2 more." "Yes." The others immediately jumped down from the wall. "What's going on with these 2? Ho Guozhong frowned. "Who knows?" Lai Chengkong also frowned, his face gloomy. Not long after, someone sent in 2 more level 3 zombies. The procedure was the same: injection, evacuation. When the 2 zombies woke up, they had the same reaction. Although they were very interested in the human in the cage, if they were to be in the same place as another zombie of the same level, then they would have to put food aside. Will these 2 be the same as the previous 2? This was the only question everyone was thinking about. Only Wu Qingyue had a profound smile. His slender legs were crossed, his shoulders were slanted to the side, and his elbows were supporting half of his chin. His eyes swept over the faces of the Chinese people from time to time, and his eyes flashed with a dark light. This situation, it was obvious that someone was playing tricks again, and that person, that female zombie, has always been restless. Wu Qingyue suddenly wanted to see Lin Xiao's face. He wanted to see her face that no longer had heavy makeup, but was even more beautiful. Thinking of her cold and calm eyes, and that attractive body. Since the last time they did it in the lake in her space, that feeling was unforgettable. Although he couldn't see her body at that time, but the feeling was real. And he also saw her body before. Before this woman died, when she forced herself on him, she was very wild and swaying on top of him. That pair of white balls swaying in front of his eyes, at that time, he felt very disgusted. He didn't know why, but now he had a kind of itch to touch it again. Thinking about it, Wu Qingyue's thoughts had already run to God knows what improper place. Sikong Chun and the other directors looked at this time with a calm face and didn't answer this question. In the end, within a few minutes, these 2 zombies were like the previous 2. They suddenly stopped fighting halfway and then began to rush towards the people on the wall. Of course, they were still cut down by Ho Guozhong's 2 wind blades. Very unwillingly, they let the 3rd and 4th batch in, but the result was still the same. This time, everyone felt that there was a problem. "What's going on?" Leader C, "Were all the zombies in your house swapped with someone else's? Why does it seem like they are being controlled?" Li Jingye was very puzzled and said. Sikong Chen's face was already gloomy and a bit dark. He didn't say anything, but Lu Jinan, who was next to him, said with a smile, "Of course not. But I don't know what's going on in this situation. Looks like I have to go down and investigate. I'm really sorry for disturbing everyone's mood. Since the zombies are not obedient, then let's change to something else." At this time, someone brought over a bottle of wine. This wine is brewed from the grapes that we grew ourselves. Usually, we can't bear to drink it. Not sure if anyone is interested in trying it? Lu Jinan turned around and took a bottle and a glass from his subordinate, and said while pouring wine into the glass. After the apocalypse, wine production had almost stopped because there was not enough food. Who would care about wine? Only China had a large agricultural base, and that was why they were able to grow grapes. Moreover, they were extravagantly using it to brew wine. "Yo, there's wine. Why didn't you take it out earlier?" Gao Haoyun's eyes lit up when he saw the wine. Although the wine's alcohol content was not high, it was much better than the bitter and astringent tea. "That's right. You actually hit it until now. It's really not easy to drink good wine nowadays, and you guys actually brewed it yourself. Extravagant. This is too extravagant." Lu Zhuofeng's eyes lit up. Although it was not some strong liquor, it was still a luxury. Although it was not strong wine, as long as there was wine, who cared what kind of wine it was? "I agree with Leader Lu." Lon Lu stared at the wine in the hands of the lady next to him, and couldn't help but agree with Lu Zhuofeng. "Thank you. I don't even remember when was the last time I drank red wine. I think it was before the apocalypse." Wu Qingyue came back to his senses, and thanked the lady politely before sighing. Chapter 642. With wine to drink, the atmosphere became more relaxed. However, at this time, some people felt that it was better to be more tense. Li Jingye smiled and said meaningfully, But I heard that the Chinese base was preparing to move the experimental zombie to another location. But the zombie suddenly ran away. I don't know if this is true. Leader C, can you explain it? You seem to be suspecting that someone stole your experimental zombie. As soon as he said this, the Chinese leader and the director's faces darkened. Hey, Leader Li, you shouldn't say this. You should be asking if Leader C has misunderstood all of us. How can you say it's suspicion? Besides, Leader C didn't say it clearly at that time. Lu Zhuofeng smiled and helped Sikong chin out. Huh? Is there such a thing? How come I didn't know that Leader C said that he suspected our people? At this time, Lan Lu also smiled. Oh, this matter. I only know that the zombie ran away by itself, right? It seems that this zombie is not simple. Wu Qingyue also laughed. It was obviously the right time to point the finger at China. Because when the effect of the drug came out, they could use this matter to probe the other party, and then they would have a reason to bargain later. But it was not good to make the atmosphere too tense, in case the Chinese people got angry and decided not to trade. So when Li Jingye brought it up, the others quickly resolved the topic. Sikong Chen's face darkened, but he quickly controlled his expression. Although he controlled his expression, he still remained expressionless and did not speak. Hu Zhiyong and Lu Jinan were more tactful. There might be some misunderstanding. Before the matter is investigated, it's really hard to say, right? Lu Jinan replied. Then he smiled at everyone and continued. Moreover, now whether the zombie really ran away by itself or was taken away by someone else, this is not certain. Although the meaning of his words did not admit Li Jingye's words, they also refused to deny it. In other words, their attitude was still reserved until the matter was investigated. Then they would express it. So in the end, the attitude of the Chinese base was indeed not willing to give in. Speaking of which, the effects of your preliminary products are still a little too weak. I'm more interested in your second and third stage products. I wonder what kind of effects they will have, Lan Lu said with a smile. Sigh. I agree with Leader Lan of the Green Mountain base. The effect of your preliminary product is really too poor. I don't think it's of much use. Lu Zhuofeng swirled the wine glass in his hand and poured it into his mouth after he finished speaking. Everyone, don't be anxious. Let's first understand the basic effects before looking at the effects of the second and third stages. That way, everyone will know where the true value lies, Hu Zhiyong said calmly to the crowd. Do you think? At this time, Lu Zhuofeng poured another glass of wine into his own glass. He suddenly stared at the wine glass with a thoughtful expression. Then he said hesitantly, Is it because of the people from the new base in Hangzhou, the one in uptown Hangzhou? How is that possible? Did they have the ability to do that? Ha! Sikong Chun sneered disdainfully. In his heart, he didn't care about the new base that had less than 5,000 people. Not even the walls of the new base had been built yet. Then, how much does Leader Sikong know about the new base in uptown? At this time, the corner of Lu Zhuofeng's mouth suddenly curled up into a smile. If you want to talk about the person who knows about it, it should be me. At this time, Wu Qingyue suddenly interrupted with a smile. After all, I'm very close to it, and I have a cooperative relationship with the new base. If Leader Lu is so curious, why don't you ask me? He said that Lu Zhuofeng was curious, but it was clear that Lu Zhuofeng's words didn't mean that. He just wanted to reveal some information to the Chinese base. But now that Wu Qingyue interrupted, the others thought that Lu Zhuofeng might really be curious. Hence, everyone became curious. Yes, I heard that this new base was built by the survivors of Hades' base, Gao Haoyan said at this time. The Netherworld King's base is gone. Are they planning to build a new one? Li Jingye asked curiously. Speaking of destroying this Hades base, Leader Li, your Skyfire base also contributed a lot. That's not good. We humans need to be united. Otherwise, how can we destroy this world full of zombies? At this time, Lu Jinan smiled faintly. Don't just talk about me. Hidden Cloud City's contribution is greater than ours. Li Jingya raised his eyebrows, slightly widened his eyes, and smiled. Now that humanity was in danger, the most important thing to do was to develop. However, at this time, it was obviously unwise to fight each other. Therefore, this was not something to be proud of. So, Li Jingye directly pulled Hidden Cloud City's base down. In any case, this was originally done by them. They couldn't just be the only ones being attacked. After being interrupted by Wu Qingyue, everyone immediately changed the topic. Lu Zhuofeng's expression froze for a moment, but he quickly gave up on his previous intention. He smiled at Wu Qingyue and said, "Oh, that's right. But we are only helping Earth Dragon base. This is not us taking the initiative to provoke Hades base. Besides, we also tried to persuade that idiot Long Yubai, but he didn't listen. What else can we do?" After that, he glanced at Li Jingye, then turned his head to Wu Qingyue and said, "Well, now, whether it's the destruction of the Netherworld King's base or the retribution of the Earth Dragon base, their matters are in the past. Since the remnants of Hades base have begun to build a new base, it is better for them to understand the situation in the neighboring sea city." That's right. That's right, the new base in the upper city is what you know as the remnants of Hades base. That's really tragic. In the beginning, there were only a few dozen people who came to our sea city to borrow people. I borrowed more than 1,000 people a few times. Later, maybe because of the Earth Dragon base's incompetence, those who were held captive in the original Hades base as prisoners suddenly counterattacked and brought the remaining few thousand people back to the upper city. However, I heard that when they came back, they were divided into two groups. There is still a small number of remnants that are still living in the old broken Hades base. Wu Qingyue saw that Lu Zhuofeng had led the topic to himself, so he said it openly. "Leader Wu being so generous to lend people out, it seems that you have indeed helped them." Sikong Chun said expressionlessly at this time. Chapter 643. Why not? Shouldn't humans be united now? Right? When there's trouble, we should help if we can. Anyway, if we just need workers, it's not that difficult. Wu Qingyue replied with a faint smile. As far as I know, the important figures of the remnants of this new base are the family members of the leader of the original Netherworld King's base, Hellfire Lin Xiao. Besides Lin Xiao, her family members all survived. The ones in charge of the base now are Lin Xiao's elder brother, Lin Feng, and the deputy leader, Yuan Tianxing, who was originally Lin Xiao's right-hand man. However, these two people are only at level 6 now. That Yuan Tianxing is about to break through, but I heard that there's a mysterious person in that group called Miss Lu. Right? Leader Wu? Lan Lu spoke up and looked at Wu Qingyue. A dark light flashed in Wu Qingyue's smiling eyes, and then he replied indifferently, "Miss Lu? Oh, there's indeed a Miss Lu, but she's nothing mysterious. In the past, she was just a woman with bad intentions. She's quite beautiful, but her heart is too ugly. She's called Lu Tianyu. You can go and check. I heard that she was almost killed, but for some reason she's fine. Although I don't know how she got mixed up with those people from Netherworld King's base, she's not someone to be concerned about." "Oh, Lu Tianyu. I've heard of this woman. She's one of the two most beautiful goddesses in Sea City." "Oh no, one is a goddess, and the other is a goddess. Ha ha ha. Although her character is bad and her heart is vicious, I heard that she has a good figure and a beautiful face. It's just that she's been played with by too many people. It's a pity." When Li Jingye heard Lu Tianyu's name, he was a little excited. "Oh, so she's from Sea City." Lan Lu smiled at this time, but didn't say anything. At this time, He Guozhong and Lai Qinkong returned. The two of them silently walked behind Sikong Chun and the others while no one was paying attention. "How is it?" Sikong Chun tilted his head slightly, but his eyes were looking straight ahead as he asked softly. "We're still investigating." He Guozhong leaned behind him and replied in a low voice. Sikong Chen's originally serious face darkened after hearing his reply. He frowned and asked, "Why are you so slow?" "I don't feel anything abnormal, it's just the zombies." He Guozhong replied in a low voice. Sikong Chen frowned and went silent for a moment. Then, he waved his hand and told him to leave. On the other side, Lai Qinkong also exchanged a few words with Lu Jinan before retreating to the back. Just like that, everyone chatted with each other. They were no longer in a hurry. They relaxed and chatted for an hour. Okay, now everyone look, the effect of the preliminary product has shown. Hu Zhiyong suddenly stood up, walked to the front of the glass, and said to the square below. Only then did everyone's attention was drawn over. Of course, most of them were already staring downwards. They had already noticed the change in the situation. It was just that they didn't pay much attention to it. At this time, the 200 zombies in the cage below the base began to stiffly fall down like pillars. In just a few seconds, the 10-meter-wide net cage was filled to the brim with food. But very quickly, these stiff zombies began to rot. A stench immediately gushed out and rushed up the surrounding high walls. When these zombies fall down, they lose the maintenance of the virus biochemical energy. Their flesh and blood will immediately turn into a puddle of thick liquid. Hu Zhiyong then pointed at the large pile of corpses below and said, because everyone was sitting 2 to 3 meters away from the glass, they couldn't help but stand up and walk over to look down. A large puddle of dirty black liquid was seeping out from the corpses below, and those corpses had all become skeletons. The bones that had been mutated by the virus were, of course, not the normal white color, but brown. But don't worry, this liquid will no longer carry the zombie virus, so you don't have to worry about this dirty water. At most, it will pollute the environment a little. Hu Zhiyong continued. He looked at everyone's expression and saw that everyone was just calmly looking down without any other expression. Hu Zhiyong then began to introduce the second type of drug. Then next, we will show the second stage of the antidote. The second stage of the drug has a greater development in terms of the time and the corresponding target. That is, after burning it and throwing it into a group of zombies, after 10 minutes, the effect will immediately appear. Moreover, it is not only effective on ordinary zombies, it is also effective on rank 2 and 3 zombies. But for rank 2 zombies, the effect will only appear after half an hour. For rank 3 intelligent zombies, the effect will only appear after 2 hours. Of course, the first stage of the drug only has an effect on ordinary zombies. The second stage of the drug was indeed much better than the first stage of the drug. In terms of time and the corresponding target, it was indeed very effective on the zombies. But what about the range and quantity? Wu Qingyue asked. Range within 100 meters. The quantity, of course, is not limited. As long as the zombies that enter this range and are rank 3 or below, it will immediately be effective. When Hu Zhiyong said this, the smile on his face became very proud. His chin was slightly raised, and his eyes were shining with excitement. Just as he was introducing the second type of potion, the people in the plaza quickly cleaned up the scene. In fact, a large amount of powder was suddenly sprayed from above, and then the bones inside were removed. The underground sewage was sucked dry by the powder, leaving behind a pool of gray traces. Then soon, a metal element psychic used the metal cage to begin to isolate the square into 3 parts. And the unconscious human was still hanging in the middle of the division. Soon, the people below opened up another hole in the ground of the 3 isolation areas, and then quickly evacuated and sealed it. The people from the major bases, with their eyes, could also measure the length and width of the 3 iron mesh isolation areas below, adding up to a range of 100 meters. This time, the zombies did not rush out of the hole after opening up the ground. It was only after a few minutes that the zombies rushed out from inside. Obviously, there was an unknown number of zombies hidden under the ground of this place. After the zombies came out, they immediately rushed to the unconscious human. Of course, the scene in the 3 areas was different. The position where the human was hanging in the middle was still ordinary zombies. These zombies had simple thinking. They did not know how to jump or run. They only knew to reach up and grab. But the 2 sides were different. As soon as they came out, they immediately fought. Chapter 644. But because there were too many of them, the level 2 and 3 zombies gave up fighting and rushed to the iron net in the middle, grabbing the iron net and climbing up. However, as soon as one climbed up, it was immediately pulled down by another and climbed up again. Although the level 2 zombies were as flexible as humans, their brains were not as good. They only cared about climbing up, regardless of whether they grabbed the iron net or their own kind. On the other hand, the level 3 zombies were busy. They either deliberately stopped their own kind or were pulled down by their own kind. At this time, the staff on the wall took a potion and directly threw it down in the middle, then threw a fireball at the same time. Bang dash, when the fireball and the potion collided, it exploded. Hu Jiong picked up a lavender potion from the tray in the hands of the staff next to him and said to everyone, "This is the finished product of the second stage. It can also be said to be the finished product of the preliminary test." He introduced it while following the changes below. When the potion exploded, the level 2 and level 3 zombies obviously had a reaction, unlike the ordinary zombies who didn't feel anything. The level 2 zombies' reaction was to stop moving, then they all stopped moving. The level 3 zombies were like a group of mice that was splashed with boiling water and immediately retreated to the far side of the wall. The smell of the potion gave them a strong sense of crisis, but the speed at which they retreated was slower than the speed of the potion. So when they retreated to the side of the wall, they immediately began to become dispirited. Lin Xiao, who was standing on the top of the wall, had a slightly serious expression. Because the smell of the second potion, although it didn't have any actual effect on her, it made her feel a slight sense of resistance in her heart. It was very uncomfortable. Sure enough, the scientific research technology of the Huaxia base was still very dangerous to her. Although this time she instigated Lin Kuei to kill a research team, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be others to replace them. It seemed that she still had to destroy the data. After 10 minutes, the ordinary zombies immediately began to react, and the level 2 and level 3 zombies quietly stopped as if the pause button was pressed. Although it couldn't directly melt the level 3 zombies to death, it could stop their movements. This effect was also very attractive. Finally, the third stage of the third potion came out. The zombie level corresponding to the effect had already reached level 4. Moreover, the range and duration were both expanded and shortened. At the moment the number 3 potion is thrown out, it can turn all zombies below level 3 into sewage. Moreover, the range of the potion could be expanded to 1,000 meters. The corresponding terms of exchange are all on the list. It's the same for everyone. As long as you pay a sufficient price, you can exchange for the antidote. However, let me clarify this number. For the sake of fairness, the maximum number of antidotes we can exchange for each base is limited. The maximum limit is also written on the list, Lu Jinan said to everyone after detoxification was done. I didn't expect that number 2 and 3 of you would provide such a large quantity, Lan Lu said. When they checked the list before, they found that the number of antidotes that could be exchanged for number 2 and number 3 antidotes was actually several times more than the first trial. In other words, the information they received before was covered up and not true. It's just a first trial. Of course, we won't waste too much resources on developing it, so of course the quantity won't be too much. Hu Jiong smiled and said, "You Chinese are really greedy. You obviously have the ability to grow food and make weapons, but you still want to plunder so much from us." So just like that, after the antidote exhibition ended, people from all the major bases began to send people back to their own bases to prepare. Chapter 645. The leaders of the major bases continued to stay in China, waiting for their people to bring the trade items. That night, Lin Xiao quietly appeared in Wu Qingyue's room. She carried Wu Yueling out, put her on the floor, and looked at Wu Qingyue. "She's returned to you. I didn't expect China to hide the information on number 2 and 3 so well." After letting go of Wu Yueling, Lin Xiao sat on the sofa next to him. "You let that zombie kill the entire China virus research team. This is a big loss. If you are found out, China will not let you go." Wu Qingyue hugged Wu Yueling, who was running towards him, and said to Lin Xiao with a smile, "Why did I let him? This is just his own will. It's not wrong for him to take revenge." Lin Xiao glanced at him. With her current identity, even if she did not do anything, if one day she was found out, wouldn't she still be treated as an enemy? Hidden Cloud City and Qingshan Base are now watching your new base. You should restrain yourself. Wu Qingyue looked at her. "I know." Lin Xiao shrugged, then stood up and waved to Wu Yueling. "Okay, I'm leaving. Little one, bye." Wu Yueling raised her hand and waved to Lin Xiao. After Lin Xiao disappeared, She turned her head and looked at Wu Qingyue. "What's wrong?" Wu Qingyue saw her gaze and couldn't help but ask her curiously. Wu Yueling did not pay attention to him, but lowered her head and climbed to the sofa next to Wu Qingyue. Her hands were crossed in front of her chest, and her cute little face was slightly frowning, not knowing what she was thinking. Wu Qingyue looked at his daughter blankly and found that she was actually thinking about something. He let out a sigh of relief, as long as it was not a relapse. But after spending time with the female zombie, it should not be a relapse, and she seemed to be in a good mood. But now he could not guess what his daughter was thinking. If Wu Qingyue knew what Wu Yueling was thinking, he would definitely be speechless. Because at this time, Wu Yueling was thinking that she wanted her zombie mom to stay by her father's side. That way, she could be with her zombie mom every day and see her every day. But how can I let daddy and mama be together? Wu Yueling looked up at Wu Qingyue in confusion. Wu Qingyue looked at her reaction curiously. After seeing her raise her head and glance at him, she lowered her head and continued to think about something. From time to time, he would furrow his brows with a distressed expression. Wu Yueling thought for a moment and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "All right, why don't I ask little man next time? Young man must have a way." After entering the space, Lin Xiao directly summoned Lu Tianyi in front of the small building. After becoming zombies, everyone basically did not sleep. Hence, other than Lung Xiantong, who was sleeping in the room that Lin Xiao had arranged for him, everyone else was still moving around freely. Lin Ran was curiously exploring her space. First, he came out of the small building. After circling around the small building, he looked at the surroundings and felt very surprised. He thought that it would be empty after he came out, but it turned out that it was not. This was because there was land, a lake, a grassland, and a strange forest outside the building. Behind the small building, there were 3 small spaces that were filled with zombies. There were also many things planted on the ground in front of the building. Strawberries, vegetables, pumpkins, potatoes, rice, wheat, and other grains. This was a small-scale cultivation base. After passing through those plantations, there was a mountain of resources in front of them. It was almost the size of 2 large granaries. He finally believed that this female zombie might really be the leader of a base. Otherwise, why would they store so many resources? After entering the forest, he immediately felt 2 hostile auras, as if he had stepped into someone else's territory. Stopped and looked at the zombie dog. Strangely, he then raised his head and looked in the direction of the tree on the other side. There was a huge black snake coiled around the tree, and a pair of cold and merciless eyes were staring at him. All right, he had indeed entered someone else's territory. Lin Kuei thought silently as he slowly retreated. Fortunately, although these 2 were very vigilant towards him, they did not dare to attack him. On the other side, Lin Xiao called Lu Tianyi back and said to him, "Your mentality is now stable. I will help you improve your strength. You need to prepare." Lu Tianyi knew what she meant by improving his strength. It was to increase his zombie level. But he didn't know what level he was now. He had memories, so his IQ was certainly not low. So, was he a level 3 intelligent zombie? But his reaction didn't seem to be as flexible as a level 3 zombie. Instead, it was more like a level 2 zombie. And what did she want him to prepare? He looked at Lin Xiao blankly. "Get ready to take off your clothes." Lin Xiao looked at him with a faint smile, then turned and walked towards the lake, leaving Lu Tianyi standing there with a confused face. Take off clothes? Why did she have to take off clothes? Right. He had seen her looking for Yuan Tianxing and Lin Feng to go to the lake to level up. At that time, they went down naked. At the thought of having to strip naked in front of Lu Tianyi felt a little uncomfortable. So embarrassing. So resistant. Thinking about his previous relationship with Lu Tianyi, it was already a miracle that the 2 of them could talk well. Now she wanted him to take off his clothes in front of him? Well, why are you in a daze? Get ready? Lin Xiao turned around and found that the kid was standing in the same place looking at her with a confused face, but he didn't move. She couldn't help but shout. This kid was actually shy? Well, Lu Tianyi walked over in embarrassment, but when he was 3 meters away from the lake, he couldn't go any further, because he could no longer withstand the oppressive feeling coming from the lake. His feet felt heavy, and he couldn't take a step forward. Lin Xiao saw him stop, then said to him, "Take off your clothes and come down yourself." As she spoke, she turned around and walked to the lakeside. With a wave of her hand, a black fog surrounded her and covered her entire body. Then he saw a few clothes fall under her feet. Then she slowly walked into the water. Lu Tianyi waited and watched Lin Xiao's figure enter the water for a while, and the oppressive feeling in the entire lake suddenly disappeared. He knew that it was time for him to go down. Lu Tianyi breathed a sigh of relief and took off his clothes, but he still wore a conservative underwear and walked down with his long legs bare. Fortunately, she went down first, otherwise he really wouldn't be able to take off his clothes. He really knew how to be embarrassed. Chapter 646. Lin Xiao waited at the bottom of the lake for Lu Tianyi to come down. After Lu Tianyi came down, he didn't see where Lin Xiao was. The light in the water was very dim, and to him, it was dark gray. Moreover, he couldn't see far away. He didn't need to breathe, so he wouldn't suffocate in the water. And this was the second time he was in this lake, and he still remembered the feeling when he woke up in the lake. But the buoyancy of the lake was very small, and the resistance was very strong. He felt that his body and limbs were all suppressed. Perhaps it was because he was too slow. A hand came out from below, grabbed his feet, and dragged him down. Lu Tianyi looked down, but only saw a hand coming out of the gray mass. It looked a little scary. But he knew that this was Lu Tianyi's hand, so he let her grab him. But he still subconsciously covered his crotch with his hand. Lin Xiao condensed the energy in the lake around her body, and Zhou gathered the energy at the bottom of the lake. Now, she was slowly able to control the energy at the bottom of the lake. When she got closer to Lu Tianyi, she realized what this kid was thinking. She always felt that this kid was very shy. Before, other people also took off their clothes, but they weren't as hesitant as him, and they even looked awkward. Lin Xiao knew that this kid cared a lot about Lu Tianyi. After seeing that she was using Lu Tianyi's identity and not doing those bad things, he was very happy. And there was a faint sense of expectation. Now that he had become a zombie, the expectation in his heart had turned into dependence on her. But if she let him know that she wasn't his sister at all, would he be disappointed? Probably. After all, he thought that Lu Tianyi had turned over a new leaf. But in the end, it was just another person who borrowed his sister's body. She sighed. This feeling of deceiving the other party was really not good. But if she revealed the truth, this kid would probably be very sad. At the bottom of the lake, Lin Xiao took out a level 3 intelligent zombie's corpse core and handed it to him. She said to him with her mind, "Eat it." After Lu Tianyi took the corpse core, for the first time, he had a different feeling. The energy coming from the corpse core made him instinctively want it. After hearing Lin Xiao's signal, he stuffed the corpse core into his mouth without thinking. It was only after he finished that he realized what he had done. Suddenly remembering that it was dug out from a zombie's brain, he immediately had a feeling of vomiting. However, the feeling of heat coming from his stomach made his body, which had recently lost all feeling, tremble slightly. Lin Xiao placed one palm on Lu Tianyi's back, and the other hand reached for the condensed energy ball. He then absorbed the energy from the energy ball and directed it into Lu Tianyi's body. The two energies mixed and filtered, and then began to rush towards Lu Tianyi's head. Lu Tianyi was originally only level 2. Although he had his own memories and there was no problem with his IQ, his body couldn't immediately break through to level 3 after turning into a zombie. However, with Lin Xiao's help, it easily reached the 3rd level. Without waiting for Lu Tianyi to feel anything, Lin Xiao stuffed another water corpse core into his mouth. The surging energy continued to spread through Lu Tianyi's body and was then channeled into Lin Xiao's mind. Lu Tianyi could finally be considered a level 4 zombie after the breakthrough. After a few hours, Lu Tianyi's level smoothly broke through to level 4. Lin Xiao didn't continue to help him level up. She was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stabilize the energy of the virus. It wouldn't be good if it affected his rationality. She dragged Lu Tianyi out of the water. This kid originally went down wearing a pair of underwear, but when he came up, his underwear had disappeared. Lin Xiao avoided looking at him and threw him on the shore. She first put on her clothes, picked up his clothes, and then picked him up. Xie Dong, Lin Kuei, and the intelligent juvenile zombie watched as Lin Xiao supported the naked Lu Tianyi, who was half a head taller than her, and walked back from the lake. Xie Dong's reaction was very calm as he walked forward to take Lu Tianyi. At the same time, he took the clothes from Lin Xiao's hands and helped him into the small building. But that young zombie just looked at Lu Tianyi with a surprised look on his face, because he clearly sensed that Lu Tianyi's level was already the same as his. In this way, he definitely wouldn't be able to beat him in a fight in the future. Only Lin Kuei looked at the calm and composed Lin Xiao with a strange expression. Lin Xiao had calmly helped the naked man up without any embarrassment. And he looked in the direction of Xie Dong, who was helping Lu Tianyi up the stairs. That was a man. Although he was originally a level 2 zombie, he leveled up after following Miss Lu down to the lake. He broke through 2 levels in a row and now directly became a level 4 zombie with abilities. Thinking of this, Lin Kuei looked at the lake again. A strong sense of rejection arose from his heart, making him unwilling to go there. Oppression and crisis. What was in the lake? He could also see that other creatures in this space were unwilling to go near the lake. The zombies in the small building, the group of zombies behind the small building, and the 2 in the woods. Even the dozens of mutant roe deer on the lawn across the lake wouldn't go near. Lin Xiao went into the bathroom, took a towel to dry her wet hair, and then walked down. Then in a flash, she instantly disappeared from the small building, but in the next second, she appeared on the lawn across the lake. Her sudden appearance immediately made the deer that had gathered together run away. But Lin Xiao moved faster. She turned around and suddenly grabbed a roe deer that was trying to run away from her. Although the speed of the mutant deer was already very fast, it still wasn't as fast as Lin Xiao's reaction. On the other side, Lin Kuei stood in front of the small building, looking strangely at Lin Xiao flash over to grab a roe deer, and then flash back with the roe deer. He had always wondered why this female zombie would raise dozens of mutant roe deer here. At this time, seeing Lin Xiao grab a roe deer, it immediately aroused his curiosity. So he kept staring at her. But after a while, he was stunned. Bloodletting, skinning, clean and neat. After the stomach was cut open, the internal organs and so on wouldn't be damaged or dirty. But that wasn't the point. The point was that after this guy cut off a clean front leg, she directly ate raw. What the hell? As a zombie, why would she eat mutant animals? No, the point was that it didn't taste good. He had also tried to eat animal meat to fill the hunger in his stomach, but at that time, he vomited after taking a bite. That taste was simply indescribable. At that time, he thought that the mutant animals didn't taste good, so he also caught some non-mutant animals to try, but the result was still the same. Chapter 647. Lin Xiao skinned the roe deer and cut open its stomach. She took out its organs and put it aside. Then she stood up with one of its legs and started to gnaw on it. She turned around and saw Lin Kuei looking at her with a confused expression. "Do you want to eat it?" she asked. Lin Kuei quickly shook his head. "You've tried, but you can't eat it, right?" Lin Xiao looked at him and asked while gnawing. Lin Kuei looked at her with a puzzled expression and slowly nodded. Lin Xiao didn't know if he was too surprised that his ears and tail had come out, but he didn't even notice it. She couldn't help but laugh and said, "My body seems to be different from normal zombies. It's not that I don't eat human flesh. Human flesh is also very tempting to me, but I don't reject animal meat, and it tastes pretty good." Then she nodded and took another bite. Lin Kuei saw that her skinning was very skillful and of a high level. Now he thought that she must have practiced it many times. As a zombie, not only could she control her appetite, but she could also eat other animals. This guy had mutated in a strange direction. At this moment, Xie Dong walked out from behind Lin Kuei. He looked at Lin Xiao and then at Lin Kuei. Thus, the corners of her mouth curled up, and she stood beside him. Ever since he became a zombie, Xie Dong's expression rarely changed. After knowing that his woman didn't love him, His expression became even colder. Although it didn't become cold, there was a hint of loneliness and sadness. Although there was only a slight smile on his face, his expression and temperament seemed to be touched by the spring breeze. Lin Xiao only glanced at him casually before looking away. I found something strange. You guys don't eat it, but Lu Tianyi and I can eat it. I don't know why. Although the meat can't provide me with energy, it can still weaken my hunger. Xie Dong, do you want to give it a try? Lin Xiao suddenly thought of a question and looked at Xie Dong after speaking. Xie Dong was stunned and then shook his head. It wasn't like he hadn't tried it before. It was like eating mud. Who would want to eat something even though they knew it was like eating mud? But she said that Lu Tianyi could also be eaten. What was going on? Seeing his doubtful gaze, Lin Xiao nodded and said, "That's right, that kid doesn't seem to be against it at all." Xie Dong and Lin Kuei looked at her in confusion, but Lin Xiao also showed a thoughtful expression. For this matter, I think I have to first catch a normal zombie to do an experiment, Lin Xiao suddenly muttered. Then, without any regard for his image, he crudely finished the front leg of the roed deer in his hand. After Lin Xiao finished gnawing, he did not care about the strange expressions on the faces of the other two. He casually tossed the bone in his hand up and waved his hand. A black mist sprayed out and enveloped the bone. The bone disappeared before it hit the ground. Because of her movement, the other two subconsciously turned their gazes, but when they looked back, Lin Xiao had already disappeared. After Lin Xiao came out, he immediately went in the direction of the plaza used for the exhibition during the day. She knew that there must be a lot of zombies in this base. Under the plaza during the day, there should be an underground prison or something like that. Lin Xiao's figure flashed and disappeared in the night. Not long after, she arrived at the plaza that she came to during the day. The surrounding walls of the plaza had been lowered to their original height, and the ground had been cleaned. The person who acted as the bait had been scared to death. Lin Xiao opened an underground hole, squatted down, and looked down. The hole was dark, but it did not affect Lin Xiao's vision. There was also a ladder down. The passage was not wide, but it was quite deep. She jumped down, and when she landed on the ground, she raised her head to look at the top of her head before walking into the tunnel. The walls were stained with blood and claw marks from the zombies that had squeezed through. After following the smell for more than 10 minutes, she arrived at a heavy metal door. The lock on the door was controlled by a control system. Lin Xiao raised his hand and directly melted the entire door with black fire. After entering the door, there was another passage, but this passage was lit up. It was obviously used for illumination. Lin Xiao knew that in addition to a large number of zombies, there were also some guards. She walked along the passage, and there was a crossroad in front of her. No matter where she went, there was the smell of zombies. Just as Lin Xiao was about to choose a random path, bang dash, suddenly, a door in the middle of one of the passages was knocked open. A figure with his head down, clutching his chest, stumbled out. Lin Xiao was about to step out, but she put her foot back down. She turned her head and looked strangely at the person who was running towards her. It was a soldier. The soldier rushed past Lin Xiao without noticing her existence. But Lin Xiao frowned as she stared at the back of the soldier. This was a young soldier. Although the side of his face couldn't be seen clearly, his breath was still very young and sweet. However, this soldier's aura was very dark, ruthless, and desperate. Hatred, killing intent, viciousness, ruthlessness, madness, and other emotions twisted his heart. But these weren't important. What Lin Xiao cared about was that he had the zombie virus on him. Lin Xiao silently looked at the soldier in the distance, and then turned back to look at the door he just rushed out from. She knew that a few people would rush out from there soon, because they seemed to be chasing after him. Seeing this situation, Lin Xiao certainly wouldn't leave it alone, but she wanted to see what was going on first. Anyway, she wasn't in a hurry to verify that matter. Quick, don't let that kid escape. Soon, a group of more than 10 people rushed out from the door. They rushed to the crossroad entrance where Lin Xiao was. These people didn't stop. When they reached the crossroad entrance, they automatically split into 3 groups and searched in 3 directions. Lin Xiao jumped down from the top. When these people rushed out, She immediately climbed to the top to avoid them. After these people ran under her, Lin Xiao could sense some of their thoughts. Just let that kid escape. That kid has a virus on him. He actually dared to resist. What a scumbag. He can't run away. There were all these thoughts. In any case, she couldn't let that soldier escape. But that soldier's emotions were very dark and twisted. Thinking about it, she knew that these people must have done something to him, because the thought that the kid just transmitted to her was perishing together. To be in such despair, on one hand, it was related to the virus in his body, and on the other hand, it was definitely related to these people. Chapter 648. Lin Xiao followed the direction of the soldier with the virus, and followed the soldiers as they turned left and right. Soon, they entered another tunnel. After passing through this tunnel, they entered a spacious room. There were many glass isolation rooms, and they were all sealed. Inside the glass rooms, there were zombies lying motionless on the ground. They probably injected tranquilizers and cold air to suppress the virus activity. The room was quiet, and there was nothing else except for the glass rooms. He hid in here. Bao Xiaogo, we know you're in here. Come out obediently. Don't do anything stupid. Did you forget about your sister? Do you think we don't know? But you hid yourself really well. The soldiers who chased after him didn't seem to be flustered after they came in. Instead, they blocked the door and shouted confidently. Yeah, don't do anything stupid. It's fine if you die. But what about your sister? Another person shouted into the room. Lin Xiao leaned against these people, listening to their words and sensing their thoughts. He was expressionless. In the army, there were some people who didn't get along well. Because of their unsociable attitude, they always had an expression of resistance to others. It would make people feel that they were arrogant or looked down on others, so it would cause some people to be dissatisfied. As time passed, the situation would become more and more serious. So in the end, everyone would find trouble with this person or do things against him. After the apocalypse, it was no longer the peaceful era. So after the apocalypse, all kinds of dark things immediately became more and more intense. At this time, these people in front of Lin Xiao always hated the young soldier called Bao Xiaogo, so they gathered together to bully him. But looking at the situation now, it was obvious that the long period of bullying had caused that person to explode. If you dare to touch my sister, I'll let you all die. A low and cold voice came from the corner. The voice was filled with strong killing intent and hatred. Yo, you're willing to come out? I told you to be obedient and not run around. Did you want us to use our ultimate move? The people on this side sneered and said to him, completely ignoring the hatred in the other's words. Do you think that since you're going to die anyway, you'll kill us before you die? We don't want to go down there to accompany you. If you want to die, then die by yourself. Don't worry, if you hand over the grenade, your sister can still live. The people on this side all had mocking expressions on their faces as they looked at the soldier who slowly appeared on the other side of the room. Because of these words, the soldier's aura instantly dissipated. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, despair, hatred, and so on. Clearly, he had given up resisting. How could he be so fast? Lin Xiao crossed his arms in front of his chest and leaned against the people at the door expressionlessly. The young soldier who was called Bao Puppy bit his lips and lowered his head slightly, standing motionless at the other end. The few people at the entrance looked at each other and signaled to each other. Then, they slowly walked towards the soldier. Xiaoguo, calm down. We didn't want you to die. We didn't know you were behind us. He didn't know that there was a level 3 zombie hiding inside. You can't blame us for this, right? Someone tried to persuade him. However, Lin Xiao knew that what he said was a lie. Yes. We didn't know you were still behind us, and we didn't know that there was another one hiding there. We thought we were all up there, so you can't blame us. Moreover, even if you blow up this place, if all the zombies are released, the alarm system will also give the order to attack. It doesn't matter if we all die with you. But what about your sister? She's only 12 years old. Without your protection, how can she survive in the future? Lin Xiao lightly pursed his lips. These scumbags usually bullied people because they thought they were easy to bully. Now, they even took advantage of their weakness to threaten them. There were really such scumbags everywhere. Now, these people were pointing their weapons at each other and saying comforting words. But in his heart, there was another voice cursing. This young soldier called Bao Xiaoguo was usually beaten, scolded, and treated like a slave. Moreover, he was often forced by these people in turn. This kind of humiliation was unbearable, not to mention that he was a young man. If it wasn't for the sake of raising his sister, he would have endured it. But today, when the leader of the base released the zombies here for display, in the area where the level 3 zombies were locked, there was still a zombie hiding. These people in front of him must have known about it, so they let him come in first. As a result, he was attacked by the zombie. Although he reacted in time, and after a fight, he also shot the level 3 zombie to death. However, he had a scratch on his body. Of course, Bao Xiaowen knew what it meant to be scratched by a zombie. The result was that after dying, he would become a zombie again. After knowing that he was going to die, the hatred that he usually suppressed in his heart immediately broke out. He wanted everyone here to die with him. If they didn't let him go in, how could he be attacked by zombies? How could he be infected with the virus? If he died, what about his sister? What to do? It was all of them, but now that the other side mentioned it, they already knew about his sister's existence. If he didn't kill them all, and if one of them escaped, then his sister would be in danger. Just be obedient and become a zombie. Don't worry, as long as you do as we say, we won't let your sister starve to death. At this time, the few people at the door were getting closer and closer, while talking to him to disturb his mind. Bao Xiaoguo just smiled mockingly, but his smile revealed sadness. He still did not move, letting these people come closer. Of course, he would not believe that these people would be good to his sister, but he believed that if he continued to resist, then his sister may encounter an accident. Seeing Bao Xiaoguo's motionless appearance, the few people who slowly approached him suddenly secretly winked. It seemed that they knew that Bao Xiaoguo had given up resistance. This time, as long as they shot a bullet to his head, this kid could only wait to die and become a zombie. So when the fingers on the trigger were about to gently press down, suddenly several people's eyes went black. What happened? This? What is this? Bang, bang, bang dash. I can't see anything. Bang, bang, bang dash with a few panic shouts and messy gunshots. Bao Xiaoguo also blankly looked up at them. In the end, a black fog suddenly appeared in front of them. The few people were wrapped in the black fog, and the bullets around them lost their aim and shot randomly. Chapter 649. Bao Xiaoguo was also confused. The hatred, despair, and unwillingness from before had all disappeared. What was the situation in front of him? Before he could react, he saw that the people's shouts had disappeared, and the gunshots had also stopped. Silence immediately appeared in the black fog, but it revealed a strange and terrifying aura. Bao Xiaoguo stared at the black fog with a face full of surprise and confusion. He wanted to see what was inside, but soon the black fog shrank. Then it slowly became smaller, and then a figure appeared. He didn't cry out in panic. Instead, he stared at the man. She was wearing an ordinary camouflage military uniform, but her long hair was let down. A pair of long legs wrapped under the loose military pants slowly walked out. Soon, a beautiful woman's face was revealed. Apart from this woman, the people who had chased after him had all disappeared. You? Who are you? Did you kill them? Bao Xiaoguo couldn't connect the dots and asked Lin Xiao in a daze. Looking at the person's appearance, she was obviously a high-level psychic. He was just an ordinary person, and when he saw a psychic, he could only lower his head. Lin Xiao didn't look at him, but pressed her hand on the glass next to her. Kacha, a light sound rang out, and then he saw that the glass under her hand disappeared, and a small hole appeared. At the edge of the small hole, there were a few black flames burning, and the small hole quickly expanded. Lin Xiao squatted down and directly reached into the hole and pulled out a zombie that was lying motionless inside. Then her figure flashed in front of Bao Xiaoguo, and the zombie in her hand disappeared. Bao Xiao's eyes widened, and he looked at Lin Xiao with an expression of not having enough brain power. Let's go. How long do you want to watch? Those people will be here soon. If you don't want to become a zombie, then follow me. Lin Xiao said faintly and turned to walk out of the door. Bao Xiao heard her words and was stunned, and then looked at the big hole in the glass. He subconsciously followed behind Lin Xiao, and at the same time, he thought that the zombies in the quarantine room would come out soon, and he didn't know if those people would find out. Who was this woman? Why was she here? Did she kill those people just now? She also brought out a zombie, but the zombie disappeared again. All sorts of questions appeared in Bao Xiao's mind. After leaving with Lin Xiao, they quickly left the underground zombie prison. You just said that you can stop me from turning into a zombie. Is it true? Bao Xiao felt cold all over his body at this time, but he was still conscious. However, the ice-cold feeling made him shiver, and his movements stiffened. Lin Xiao stopped and turned around to look at him. Give me your hand. Bao Xiao looked around. They had already left the exhibition square and were now in an empty alley on the other side. It was so dark that he couldn't see the woman's face clearly. Well, what are you doing? Bao Xiao said hesitantly. He didn't even know who the other party was. How could he reach out his hand just like that? You will die in 10 to 20 minutes, and then in less than 10 seconds you will immediately become a zombie. Do you believe me? Lin Xiao said to him. Then, without waiting for him to say anything, she directly stepped forward. As the other person staggered back, she pulled his hand, opened her mouth, and lowered her head to bite his hand. Why did you bite me? Bao Xiao was stunned by her bite. When he looked up, he found that they were no longer in the alley. Lin Xiao let go of him and pushed him to the chair behind her. Sit here and don't move. Bao Xiao looked at her with a dumbfounded face. He then looked at the unfamiliar surroundings and then looked at the bite wound on his hand. This woman had bitten through his flesh, but he didn't feel much pain anymore. He just cried out because he was too surprised. From today onwards, you can only follow me. Otherwise, I can't let you tell this secret. Lin Xiao walked to the middle of the living room and looked back at Bao Xiao, who was sitting in the dining room. She remembered that she had accidentally bitten Lin Yu before he died. Later on, that brat appeared in front of her, alive and well. So after seeing Bao Xiao this time, she suddenly had an idea. But if this little brat recovered, then she could only let him follow her. Otherwise, if this thing spread out, it would be a big deal. A dash! Bao Xiao sat on the chair and looked at her in confusion. Xiedong and Lin Ke, who were outside the door, turned around and walked in, but they just continued to lean against the door and watch the situation inside. Carefully feel the condition of your body. When you are better, tell me where your sister is. I will help you bring her in. From now on, you and your sister can only listen to me. Without my permission, you can't leave. Lin Xiao directly announced that this brat's life was under her control. She stopped him without looking at his reaction and walked to the side of another zombie that fell on the ground in the living room. This was a female zombie. The clothes on her body had been torn into pieces of cloth hanging on her body. Her body was also dry, but her face and body looked very young. Xiedong, get a cup of lake water. Lin Xiao looked at the female zombie on the ground and ordered Xiedong. Xiedong quickly went to the kitchen and took a cup of water from the faucet. Anyway, the pool on the roof was filled with water from the lake, so he just took it from the faucet. Lin Xiao took the water, opened the female zombie's mouth, and poured the water in. Then she passed the cup to the side, and Xiedong automatically took it. After Bao Xiao heard Lin Xiao's words, he felt his body in confusion and stared at her strangely, not knowing what she wanted that zombie for. After seeing her pour the water, he stood up and stood 2 steps back, looking down at the female zombie. Puff dash, then he saw the motionless female zombie suddenly tremble and then cough twice, spitting out a few drops of water. The female zombie crawled up in a daze and was directly suppressed by the strong pressure next to her. She even directly ignored the smell of human beings. Lin Xiao looked at her. Her face was stiff, her eyes were dark, and her expression was lifeless. Obviously, it was just an ordinary zombie. She lifted the female zombie's hand, looked at it, and couldn't help but turn to Xiedong and said, "Get some more water." Wash it. Xie Dong looked at her disgusted expression and silently went to get a cup of water and took a towel to wet and walked out. Lin Xiao took the towel and rubbed the female zombie's arm a few times, turning the towel black. Then she used the water in the cup to wash the female zombie's arm. Then she opened her mouth and bit. Chapter 650. This time, even Xie Dong didn't know what she was doing. He and the others all looked at Lin Xiao blankly. Xie Dong and Lin Kuei both knew Lin Xiao's identity. In addition, there was a pesticide that was peeking its head in from the door. The three zombies had a lot of questions flashing through their minds. What was going on? What was she doing? Why was she biting a low-level zombie? Why? Even Lu Tianyi, who had just woken up and was walking down the stairs, saw Lin Xiao biting a normal zombie's hand, so he was also confused. Not to mention Bao Xiaohua, who was still sitting on the chair and didn't know how to react. He stared with his eyes wide open, his face full of shock. What the hell? Wasn't it enough for this woman to bite him? She also went to bite a zombie? What was she trying to do? Was she crazy? Pesticide at the door looked at his boss curiously. He didn't know what she was doing. He looked at the other bosses and saw that they were also confused. He suddenly felt that his boss had become more powerful. After Lin Xiao bit the female zombie, she took a step back to see her reaction. She found that the female zombie was just blankly looking at her hand where Lin Xiao had bitten. The others looked at her in confusion, but Lu Tianyi, who was walking down the stairs, seemed to have thought of something. Bao Xiaohua didn't know why these people were looking at the zombie calmly, but they didn't seem to be alert at all. Suddenly, he inadvertently glanced at Lin Kuei, who was standing on the side, and his whole body suddenly froze. Isn't this a zombie? Because he was suddenly pulled into a strange place. All his attention was on Lin Xiao, who pulled him in. He saw that everyone else was just standing there quietly, without any abnormal expressions. So he didn't notice the other people's characteristics for a moment. He was shocked by Lin Xiao's action of biting a zombie, so he didn't pay attention to the others at all. Now that he suddenly saw Lin Kuei's eyes, his whole body froze. Feeling Bao Xiaohua's gaze, Lin Kuei just turned his head and glanced at him, then turned his head back and continued to stare at the female zombie's reaction. The female zombie opened her mouth wide and screamed. She raised her head, and her expression twisted as if she was in great pain. Roar! Ah! Her voice suddenly became shrill after a shout. Then with a thud, he fell to the ground. Ugh, puff! Bao Xiaohua's mind was shaken by her piercing voice. His entire head felt stuffy, and he suddenly couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Then, he fell unconscious from the chair. Lin Xiao and the rest turned to look at Bao Xiaohua at the same time. She quickly walked over and checked his pulse and breath. Then he turned his head and looked at the female zombie, who screamed and fell to the ground. It seemed that his virus was starting to take effect. While thinking, Lin Xiao dragged Bao Xiaohua up and shouted at Xie Dong, "Lift your feet." Xie Dong understood and walked over. Together with her, they lifted Bao Xiaohua to the sofa. The female zombie was left on the ground. After putting Bao Xiaohua on the sofa, Lin Xiao squatted on the side and observed. She could clearly see that the original gray breath in Bao Xiaohua's body was being cleansed by her own breath. Starting from the bite on his arm, it was slowly spreading throughout his body. The others couldn't see it as clearly as she did, but from the feeling of the breath, they also knew that this person's body was undergoing some kind of earth-shaking change, and the female zombie on the ground was the same. Lin Kuei looked at Lin Xiao in confusion, then turned his head to look at the others. He saw that Xie Dong's face was indifferent without any expression, but Lu Tianyi, who was standing on the stairs, had a thoughtful expression. He was actually very curious about this female zombie's mysteries. He didn't know where she found these special zombies like him. It seemed that staying by her side would not be boring. With these thoughts, he suddenly felt that even staying by this female zombie's side was not lazy. For example, at this moment, what was the purpose of her actions? Lin Xiao was staring at Bao Xiaohua's body and saw that his skin's original greenish-white color was gradually fading, and her virus was very aggressive, spreading very quickly in his body. It was not comparable to Lin Yu's situation at the beginning. Very quickly, the virus in his body was swallowed up, and then this person's skin color slowly returned to normal. Of course, only she could see this. Xie Dong, Lin Ke, Lu Tianyi, and even the intelligent zombie that was peeking at the door couldn't see it. They could only sense it with their breath. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed. Her virus actually had this effect. Could it be that Lin Yu didn't die and awakened the same ability as her? Seeing that the greenish-purple color on Bao Xiao's lips had faded, Lin Xiao stood up and continued to look at Bao Xiao without turning her head. Xie Dong, give him a glass of water to drink. Xie Dong silently turned around and went into the kitchen. After a while, he came out with a glass of water. Lin Xiao then turned around and walked in front of the female zombie. She squatted down and looked at her situation. The female zombie situation was not as obvious as Bao Xiao was. Although she was on the ground, her body kept shaking. Although she didn't know what was going on, her body was undergoing an even greater change. Because the cells in Bao Xiao's body had not been consumed by the original virus, when Lin Xiao's virus entered, it only consumed the original virus and the mutated cells that had been infected by the virus. As for the cells that were still alive in Bao Xiao's body, they were completely ignored. Now, on the female zombie's side, her virus invaded the mutated cells that had been infected by the virus. It consumed the original virus protoplasm in the mutant cells. Then it took over control of the mutant cells and all their changes. This was like a dove taking over a magpie's nest. After it consumed the original virus, it settled in. After it settled, Lin Xiao's virus would immediately change the characteristics of the mutant cells. So Lin Xiao found that the female zombie's entire breath began to change. It was changing in an unknown direction. Even so, Lin Xiao clearly felt that this zombie had some kind of inexplicable connection with her, suppressing, restraining, and even controlling her existence. Lin Xiao got up and looked at Lu Tianyi. This feeling was the same feeling that Lu Tianyi gave her. But compared to Lu Tianyi, something was missing. Because Lu Tianyi's body was still related to Lu Tianyu's body by blood, the feeling of the connection was even stronger. Chapter 651. Sensing the changes in Bao Xiaogua and the female zombie, the others gathered around Lin Xiao and watched curiously. Lin Xiao silently glanced at the intelligent zombie pesticide that had sneaked in. Pesticide jumped in fright when she looked at him. He turned to run. Don't run. Come in. I'll let you in a play, but you can't go upstairs. Lin Xiao said softly. Jun and Mo, who had just slipped to the side of the door, immediately stopped. He abruptly turned around and looked at Lin Xiao in surprise. Lin Xiao had already lowered her head to look at the female zombie. She didn't return his gaze. Pesticide, however, was smart. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, he gathered his courage and went back to Lu Tianyi's side. The others were attracted by the female zombie's change. They all quietly watched, waiting for the final result of her change to come out. Outside the base, the leaders of China were in a secret meeting. Haiqing, Qingshan, and Hidden Cloud City are the only ones who are trying to lower the price. It looks like Skyfire Base wants to lower the price as well, but they don't have the confidence to do so. Lu Jinan's smile had disappeared. He looked at the information in his hands with indifference. It's all within our expectations. They don't seem to have any intention of trading, Hu Zhiyong said. Pa! The sound of a hand slamming on the solid wood table rang out. It was especially loud in the quiet meeting room. Sikong Chen slammed his hand on the table and gritted his teeth. Do they think they can make us lower our heads just because they have something on us? Dream on. We won't lower the price to them. However, second last is very likely to be in their hands. If they bring this up to question us, we won't be able to explain ourselves. Do you think we can convince the other party just by refusing to admit it? Lu Zhuofeng isn't very smart, and Wu Qingyue and that mysterious blue land aren't easy to deal with. Hu Zhiyong glanced at Sikong Chen, his eyes filled with mockery. What do you mean? You think we shouldn't have done it? Now you're regretting it. Didn't you agree? Sikong Chen noticed the mockery in his eyes and sneered at him. Hey, I didn't say that. Can you not put the blame on us? You chose an elite team for this mission, so why did something like this happen? I'm very curious. I don't think you just randomly found an ordinary squad of soldiers to carry out the mission, Hu Zhiyong said with a smile, not minding the gaze that was directed at him. Sikong Chun retracted his gaze from Hu Zhiyong and snorted coldly. The members of the team have all been investigated by you. Could you have predicted that something like this would happen to them? In any case, I can't predict it. With such a team, even if they were thrown into a zombie city full of zombies, they would still be able to escape alive. I only know that this series of events must have been caused by someone behind the scenes. It's obvious. Everyone can see it. But Makui, who subdued him, Lu Jinan interrupted. Although the troublemaker should be one of these three, we can't rule out the possibility that it's someone else. But where was that team member hiding? Such a big person, unless they have an active space, how could they not find any traces? Sikong Chun said plainly. From the disappearance of the entire mission team, Makui disappearing, to the killing of the research team, to the abnormality of the level 3 zombies at the exhibition. All of these things are linked together, but we can't find any clues. Just who is it that doesn't put us in their eyes? At this moment, Han Xiao, who was on the other side, suddenly laughed. At this time, Ho Guozhong, who was outside the conference room, received a secret report saying that the zombies under the exhibition plaza had been invaded. Although the losses weren't heavy, only a few guards and a normal zombie disappeared. But this matter had a strange smell to it. Ho Guozhong immediately turned around and opened the conference room door behind him. On the other side, in the building where the leaders of the major bases were, although it was late at night. However, Wu Yueling was still sitting on the bed in high spirits, playing with her grass doll. Wu Qinghue was lying on the other side of the bed, leaning against the headboard and reading a book. After inadvertently looking at his watch, he couldn't help but say to Wu Yueling, "Lingling, let's sleep. Aren't you sleepy?" Wu Yueling held the grass doll with both hands, turned her head to look at him, and shook her head at him with a pair of big, bright eyes. Although he was already used to seeing his daughter playing with grass dolls, he didn't know why every time he saw his daughter with her hair down and holding a grass doll in her hands, he felt very strange. Why did he feel like a little witch? Can't she play with the doll? But he knew that Wu Yueling treasured this grass doll, because it was given to her by the female zombie. Speaking of which, what happened to the two of them in the beginning? Why did the female zombie's personality change so much after becoming a zombie? And what did she do to his daughter? She had snatched away his precious darling's love. Good girl, if you don't sleep, Lingling won't grow up, Wu Qinghue thought while coaxing her. Wu Yueling looked at him, then looked at the grass doll in her hands, and finally obediently went to sleep. She placed the grass doll on the other side of her body, leaned against Wu Qinghue, and then closed her eyes, preparing to sleep. Lingling is such a good girl. Wu Qinghue bent down and kissed her forehead, then put the book aside, preparing to turn off the light and sleep. At this time, Wu Yueling stretched out her hand to touch the empty bed on the grass doll's side, and suddenly an idea flashed in her mind. Hey, it's so empty here. There's even wind coming in at night. It's cold. She suddenly sat up and then looked at Wu Qinghue with a pair of big eyes, sparkling. Wu Qinghue was preparing to turn off the light, but he saw the child suddenly sit up again, looking at her pair of big eyes, as if she had thought of something. At this time, Wu Yueling patted the empty space on the other side of the bed, and then looked at him expectantly. What's wrong? Wu Qinghue looked at her blankly, and then looked at the bed she patted. There's nothing? Puff, puff, puff. Wu Yueling patted again, her eyes flashing with some kind of light. But she didn't know how to speak. Seeing that Wu Qinghue didn't understand her meaning, she immediately became a little anxious. But she didn't panic. Instead, her eyes changed, and she stared at Wu Qinghue with a face full of disgust. Daddy is an idiot. Hey, what the hell is going on? Wu Qinghue became like a monk after being stared at by her small eyes. Chapter 652. Wu Yueling stretched out the straw doll in front of Wu Qinghue, then patted the bed next to her and put the straw doll back there. Then she covered it with the quilt and turned around to look at Wu Qingyue. But she still saw Wu Qingyue's face full of question marks. Wu Yueling pouted and crossed her arms in front of her chest. She had a helpless and angry expression on her face. Daddy is so stupid, Daddy is so stupid, Daddy is so stupid. Wu Qingyue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He asked her helplessly, "What's wrong with Lingling?" Wu Yueling angrily stared at him for a few seconds. Then she loosened her arms, pointed at the straw doll, and patted the bed. Wu Qingyue nodded. "Well, do you want to sleep with it? Isn't it always with you? What's wrong?" Wu Yueling shook her head abruptly and pointed at the grass doll. Then, she gestured at the figure of a person in front of her. Finally, she seemed to have thought of something and drew 2 circles in front of her chest. Wu Qingyue finally understood. He silently looked at Wu Yueling's eyes and asked speechlessly, "After talking for so long, you are actually talking about your zombie mommies?" Sure enough, Wu Yueling's eyes lit up, and she nodded like a chick pecking rice. Wu Qingyue looked at her, and then looked at her hand that was patting the bed. He suddenly said with a strange expression, "You mean, you want her to sleep with you? You don't want to sleep with Daddy?" Wu Yueling nodded, then shook her head. She patted the bed, pointed at herself, and Wu Qingyue, and then patted the bed again. This time, Wu Qingyue finally understood and said, "You want her to sleep with us?" Wu Yueling finally smiled and happily nodded. Then she looked at him with a face full of expectation. "Huh?" Wu Qingyue looked at Wu Yueling, and then he suddenly rubbed his chin and began to think. His eyes floated up and down as he thought for a while. That female zombie was obviously not slow on this aspect of him. On the contrary, she seemed to have noticed it and was trying to avoid his intention in this aspect. The defense was very tight. Wu Qingyue looked at Wu Yueling, and the corners of his mouth curled up as he smiled. He pulled Wu Yueling onto his lap and kissed her on the forehead. "Lingling is the best. With you here, we won't have to worry about not being able to defeat that female zombie. Dad also wants to sleep with her, but she doesn't want to sleep with Dad. What should we do?" Wu Yueling looked at him blankly, as if she didn't quite understand. In her impression, her father was very powerful and would give her anything. But now Dad said that he couldn't let the zombie mama sleep with him? Then should I ask Lingling to do it? Does Lingling have a plan? She likes Lingling the most, so she might say yes. Wu Qingyue said with a smile. Wu Yueling's eyes lit up as she stared at Wu Qingyue. "Really? Really?" Wu Qingyue nodded, stroked her head, and said, "She's too smart. We have to abduct her to sleep with us. We have to rely on Lingling." "Yes, yes, yes." Wu Yueling nodded excitedly, then hugged Wu Qingyue's neck. Wu Qingyue smiled and hugged her, then put her to the side. "Okay, let's sleep first. This matter has to wait until we get back to our base." Wu Yueling climbed down happily, then lay down and went to sleep. Lin Xiao in the space didn't know that the father and daughter were planning to abduct her. At this time, she was watching the female zombie's body change with interest. Lin Xiao's virus was very overbearing. It only took half an hour to completely devour the original virus body in the female zombie's body. The female zombie's body also trembled for half an hour before it calmed down. Although her virus was occupied by Lin Xiao's virus, her appearance still didn't change. It still maintained its original appearance. Her whole body was still dry. After a minute, the female zombie suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with darkness. There were still no pupils, but a strange light flashed through her eyes. Then it turned into a blank look. Then she slowly sat up from the ground. The female zombie's expression was blank. It was still as silly as before. However, her eyes were much clearer than before, and emotions began to appear in them. Blank? Confused? Confused? It was like, who am I? Where am I? What I want to do? And this was an emotion that didn't exist before. Awake? Do you still remember who you are? Lin Xiao was still squatting on the ground, looking at her, and asked faintly, "Question mark?" The female zombie heard the voice, then turned her head to look at her curiously. Then she looked around. Her eyes were still blank. "Don't remember? Can you remember anything? Where's your name?" Lin Xiao raised her hand and waved in front of her blank eyes. Her attention was a bit scattered, and her mind seemed to be in a mess. Hearing Lin Xiao's question again, the female zombie blinked. Then she looked at her, a light flashed in her eyes, but it quickly disappeared. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Xiao Xiao? Very good. You still remember your name. Well, you don't remember who you are? It seems that you don't remember anything else. Lin Xiao nodded and stood up. Because in the female zombie's mind, there was only a reaction to her name. The word Xiao Xiao flashed in her mind, but there was nothing else. Seeing Lin Xiao stand up, the female zombie looked at her blankly, then suddenly looked at the others. Then, for some reason, her expression suddenly changed, suddenly showing an expression of fear. Without waiting for the others to react, the female zombie quickly climbed up and instantly flashed behind Lin Xiao. Her hands tightly grabbed Lin Xiao's clothes and directly hid her whole body behind Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was stunned, then looked back at her blankly. The others looked at Lin Xiao with a strange expression, then looked at the female zombie Xiao Xiao who was hiding behind Lin Xiao like a small animal. What is the situation? Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Just now, Xiao Xiao's movements were very fast and agile, easily flashing behind Lin Xiao. It seemed that her zombie level had broken through to level 2, and looking at the emotional changes in her eyes, although she still looked dull, she already had more intelligence than ordinary zombies. Although she didn't seem to remember anything, it seemed that she had awakened her humanity. This change was actually caused by Lin Xiao's bite, and there was immediately such a big change. What the hell is going on? Everyone looked at Lin Xiao's expression with a little more respect. Chapter 653. Lin Xiao turned to look at the others blankly. What's going on? Xiadong, Lu Tianyi, Lin Kuei, and Zhong Mo all rolled their eyes. Then, they looked at her in disdain. Who the hell knows? Didn't you do this? You asked me. Who should I ask? Lin Xiao turned to look at Xiao Xiao behind her. She hesitantly called out, Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao clutched the back of her clothes tightly. Hearing her calling her, she raised her head and glanced at her. Her pitch-black eyes were filled with panic and helplessness. Lin Xiao looked at her in confusion. What's wrong? Xiao Xiao just lowered her head and showed her dirty head. But her hands didn't let go. What was going on? Lin Xiao was stunned. Why was she reacting like this? She turned to look at the others. You scared her. Lin Kuei was level 7, Xiadong was level 5, and even the weakest, Zhong Mo and Lu Tianyi, were level 4. It seemed that the level suppression made Xiao Xiao, who had just reached level 2, feel scared. The 4 of them rolled their eyes at her again. What did it have to do with them? They didn't do anything. Just then, Bao Xiaogu groaned on the sofa. Everyone's attention was immediately diverted. They saw Bao Xiaogu lying on the sofa with his brows tightly furrowed. He looked like he was in pain. His forehead and face were covered with sweat, and it was sliding down his cheeks. Xiao Xiao's attention might have been attracted by Bao Xiaogu. She popped her head out from behind Lin Xiao and looked at Bao Xiaogu curiously. She seemed to be very sensitive to Bao Xiaogu's smell. Lin Xiao sensed her thoughts and turned to her. You can't eat people? Xiao Xiao looked at her blankly, as if she didn't understand what she meant. She didn't think, why can't I eat people? But why should I eat people? Although Bao Xiaogu's smell seemed very fragrant and delicious, she didn't have the intention to eat that person at first. Ah! Lin Xiao looked at her strangely. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. Do you know what you are now? Xiao Xiao looked at her blankly, then subconsciously lowered her head to look at her hands and body. Then his expression changed drastically. Roar! A piercing scream rang out again. Fortunately, Lin Xiao was prepared this time. He quickly covered his ears before she screamed. The other 4 were all startled. They turned around abruptly to look at Xiao Xiao, who was behind Lin Xiao. Whoa! Xiao Xiao hugged her chest and hid behind Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao loosened his grip and rubbed his chin as he pondered. Then, he took off his coat and covered Xiao Xiao's shoulders. She turned to the others and said, You guys keep an eye on her. I'll take her upstairs for a bath. After saying that, he walked towards the stairs. Naturally, Xiao Xiao followed closely behind her. The others stared at the two of them in bewilderment. They exchanged glances with each other again in bewilderment. After Lin Xiao went upstairs, he coincidentally met Lung Xiantong, who was walking out of the house. Lung Xiantong looked like he didn't have enough sleep. After seeing Lin Xiao, he asked blankly, "I heard a scream just now. What's wrong?" He didn't see Xiao Xiao behind Lin Xiao, so he didn't notice. Lin Xiao let Xiao Xiao out and said, "It's her." Lung Xiantong saw a figure behind her. His hair was disheveled and his body was skinny. As there was no light in the building, it was still very dark with the original light in the space. He didn't see Xiao Xiao's eyes because Xiao Xiao's head was lowered. "I'm sorry for disturbing you, but there shouldn't be any more. You can continue to rest." Lin Xiao smiled and said to him. Then, she brought Xiao Xiao to the third floor. She found a set of clothes and brought Xiao Xiao to the bathroom on the third floor. Xiao Xiao's expression was panicked. She was in a daze until she was brought upstairs by Lin Xiao. Then, she suddenly reacted and grabbed Lin Xiao's hands tightly. "Ah, why did I become like this?" But as soon as she opened her mouth, she was stunned again. Then, she covered her throat and widened her eyes in disbelief. "Calm down and listen to me first." "Calm down." Lin Xiao quickly pressed her shoulders. Maybe it was because Lin Xiao's grip gave her an inexplicable sense of security, or maybe Lin Xiao's words were trying to control her emotions. "Xiao Xiao, calm down a little. Look at you. You should know that you're no longer an ordinary person. You're even not a human anymore." Lin Xiao said quietly to her and looked into her eyes. "Not a human? What did he mean? What was that?" Xiao Xiao looked at him blankly. Although her mind was in a mess and she couldn't remember anything, she felt that something was wrong the moment she saw her body. After the shock, she instantly realized that she was a human. But a human's body shouldn't be like this. "You're a zombie now." Lin Xiao stared into her eyes and said. Xiao Xiao was stunned. Her black eyes, which were unique to zombies, were stunned. After 7 to 8 seconds, her eyes widened slightly. Then, it quickly turned into fear and disbelief. At the same time, she had a "you're lying to me" expression. Lin Xiao pulled her to the mirror in the bathroom and said to it, "Look at yourself. Your appearance." Xiao Xiao turned her head. In the gray mirror, a woman with disheveled hair, who looked like she hadn't bathed for a few years, stood there. However, the face above the hair could no longer be described as a normal person. And at this moment, she noticed that everything in front of her had lost its color. Lin Xiao knew that her IQ and common sense were slowly returning. After all the shock, she needed time to digest all of it. "I'll put the clothes here. There's water here. Take a shower and calm down first. Come out and I'll tell you about the situation outside." Lin Xiao said as she placed the clothes in the basket at the side. Then, she left quietly. As for Xiao Xiao, she didn't move at all as she stared into the mirror. Lin Xiao turned around and went downstairs. Seeing that Lung Xiantong had also appeared in the hall downstairs, his attention was also attracted by Bao Xiao's appearance. "What's wrong with this person? He doesn't look good." Lung Xiantong asked curiously when he saw Lin Xiao coming down. As for the appearance of the other zombie pesticide, he was already calm, because with Lin Kuei's first case, there was no need for him to be surprised. He should be done soon. Lin Xiao walked over and looked at Bao Xiao's appearance. Chapter 654. He's awakening his ability, Lin Xiao continued. Everyone looked at her in surprise. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked at Bao Xiao in deep thought. Could it be that her virus had such an effect? It was the same for Lin Yu. Before meeting her, he was just an ordinary soldier. Looking at Bao Xiao's sweaty body, Lung Xiantong went forward to feel his body temperature. It was really hot. Although Lung Xiantong had already accepted the relationship between Miss Lu and the zombies here, even if he knew that the zombies here wouldn't hurt him, he still had the intention to avoid Lin Kuei and pesticide. Fortunately, those two guys didn't care about his small actions. Everyone stood quietly at the side and waited. They didn't know how long this brat's awakening would take. Everyone's physique was different anyway. Some would take a few hours, some would take a day or two, some would fail, but most would succeed. Lin Xiao looked at the cup of lake water's energy quickly disappearing in Bao Xiao's body. After her virus swallowed the original infected cells, the lake water's energy stimulated the repaired cells to grow. But the energy of a cup of lake water wasn't enough. Xiaodong, give him another cup of water, Lin Xiao suddenly said. Xiaodong immediately turned around and poured a cup of water for him, then fed it to Bao Xiaohua. Lung Xiantong looked at the water that Xiaodong fed Bao Xiaohua and looked at Lin Xiao in confusion. What was the effect of this water? Bring 2 more cups over. But Lin Xiao knew that if the lake water's energy was low, it could suppress Bao Xiaohua's awakening, just like just now. But as long as the lake water's energy increased, it would speed up the awakening. So she asked Xiaodong to continue feeding Bao Xiaohua water. When Bao Xiaohua woke up, it was already dawn the next day. When he opened his eyes, the light in the living room didn't change much. Only 5 to 6 hours had passed. When Bao Xiaohua woke up, he found himself lying on the sofa. He sat up in a daze and looked around. There was no one else in the living room. It was empty except for him, but there were 2 people at the door. When they noticed him sitting up, they immediately turned around to look at him. Bao Xiaohua saw the 2 people at the door and suddenly thought of something. He immediately raised his hands and looked at them, but found that there were no changes to his hands. He rolled up his sleeves to take a look. His skin was still the same. It had not turned green or gray, and there was a circle of teeth marks on it. Above the teeth marks, there were 4 small holes. How could there be a small hole? That woman? Bao Xiaohua was stunned, but then he threw this question to the back of his mind because he looked at the time. It was already the 2nd day. Why was he still conscious? Shouldn't I have become a zombie? He raised his hand to touch his face and opened his mouth. I'm not dead. Then he saw the woman who had bitten him walking down the stairs. What death? I told you. I won't let you become a zombie. All right, you can tell me where your sister is now. I'll bring her in for you. Lin Xiao said to him. Bao Xiaohua was stunned and said, I just can't believe it. Could it be that I was dreaming yesterday? I suggest you bite yourself and see if it hurts. Lin Xiao smiled faintly. Of course, she was just saying it. Then she saw Bao Xiaohua really bite her arm. It hurts. Bao Xiaohua screamed in surprise. Then his face was full of surprise and surprise. He looked up and suddenly saw a pair of zombie eyes behind Lin Xiao. After being stunned for a moment, he immediately reacted and took out the gun on his waist. Zombie? Zombie. Of course, he didn't care about zombies. What he cared about was that this zombie was alive, and he was standing behind the woman, so his reaction was completely subconscious. Xiao Xiao was shocked when he suddenly pointed a gun at her. She instantly hid behind Lin Xiao. Hey, you can't shoot the zombies here. Lin Xiao reached out and looked at him with a smile. Question mark. Bao Xiaohua looked at her in confusion, but he put down the gun in his hand. Don't worry. As long as you don't provoke them, they won't take the initiative to hurt you, Lin Xiao said to him, then turned around and walked out with Xiao Xiao. After a night of digesting, Xiao Xiao knew that she had no other choice. Even if she didn't want to, she had already become like this. But the unknown and confusion about the current situation made her very scared and helpless. So after seeing Lin Xiao, she didn't know why she subconsciously felt that she wouldn't hurt her. She only felt safe when she was with her, and there were a lot of auras around her that made her tremble with fear. It was very scary. Don't be afraid, they won't hurt you. You don't need to be so careful. Lin Xiao looked back at Xiao Xiao and said. Lin Xiao took her out of the building and then told her to stand still. Stand here and don't move. After Xiao Xiao stood there in a daze, she saw Lin Xiao disappear in a flash. But in the next moment, she felt Lin Xiao's aura appear on the other side. She turned her head and saw that there was a not very big lake on the other side. There were some strange animals on the other side of the lake. Then, she saw Lin Xiao grab another one from those animals, and then he appeared in front of her in a flash. Seeing that Lin Xiao had caught a mutant roe deer, the others immediately noticed her. Lin Xiao cleanly killed the roe deer, drained its blood, and skinned it. Her movements weren't any worse than those experienced hunters. After she quickly killed the whole roe deer and skinned it, Lu Tianyi immediately came over and silently took a leg. Then he silently stood to the side and ate it. Beside him was Pesticide, but his expression was very conflicted. He looked at the meat with a look of disgust, and then looked at Lu Tianyi with a puzzled expression. His eyes flashed with all kinds of question marks. He clearly didn't know why Lu Tianyi was eating so happily. Lin Xiao cut off a piece of meat and said to Xiao Xiao, "Come, have a taste." Xiao Xiao looked at her blankly, her face full of confusion. Even if she didn't have memories, she still had common sense. At least she knew that zombies only ate human meat. But seeing Lin Xiao give her a piece of animal meat, it seemed like she really could eat it. She hesitated for a while, but still reached out to take it. Like a small animal, she first put the meat in front of her nose and smelled it. A strange smell came. Although it wasn't very fragrant, it was still acceptable. It just felt a little weird. Could this be eaten? And it was raw meat. Xiao Xiao was a little resistant, but the reason was because she wanted to eat raw meat. Chapter 655. Eat it. Think about your current identity. You can't eat human meat, right? Lin Xiao coaxed Xiao Xiao and said. Xiao Xiao looked at her and understood what she meant. She held the meat, but she couldn't put it directly into her mouth. She looked at Lin Xiao and saw that Lin Xiao was just smiling at her. Under Lin Xiao's gaze, Xiao Xiao hesitantly put the meat into her mouth. Although it didn't smell bad, it didn't make her want to eat it at all. Look at him. Lin Xiao suddenly pointed at Lu Tianyi on the other side. Since becoming a zombie, Lin Xiao has been used to eating like a beast. She didn't expect that Lu Tianyi didn't mind eating like this. Xiao Xiao looked at Lu Tianyi, who was eating with relish, then put the meat into her mouth and took a bite. She thought it would be hard to bite, but she found that it was very easy to bite. Although it wasn't as easy as biting tofu, it was a little chewy and smooth. A light sweetness slowly spread from her mouth. Xiao Xiao's eyes showed that she was a little confused as she chewed, but she still swallowed it in the end. See, it actually doesn't taste bad. Because after becoming a zombie, you can't taste the smell of blood and raw meat. Lin Xiao said with a smile. At the same time, when he saw Xiao Xiao take a second bite, his conjecture had been confirmed. Her virus was really overbearing. After waiting for Xiao Xiao to finish the whole piece of meat in confusion, she licked her fingers and reached out to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao smiled and cut a bigger piece of meat for her to eat. After Bao Xiao came out of the living room, he looked at everything in front of him in a daze. All of this was beyond his common sense, so he couldn't react. He saw that the female zombie was eating raw meat, and it shouldn't be human meat because there was a skinned animal corpse next to it. There were also two other zombies staying with these people peacefully. What was going on? And why did this female zombie's reaction seem to be more timid than him? Zombies can also feel fear? Advanced zombies? It didn't look like it. That's right. Isn't this female zombie the ordinary zombie that the woman took out from the glass room? Why would this female zombie eat animal meat? Sigh. So strange. What was going on? What's with this female zombie? What about the other two male zombies? What was going on with this place? Bao Xiao felt that his brain was about to short-circuit from all kinds of questions. You seem very troubled. Actually, I'm also very curious about what's going on. A voice rang out behind Bao Xiao. Bao Xiao turned around and saw a man standing beside him, watching the scene outside with interest. Not only him, but the other two zombies also had the same expression. In the end, everyone's gaze landed on the mysterious and beautiful woman. Who is she? Bao Xiao murmured. I only know that her name is Lady Lu. Lung Xintong looked straight at Lin Xiao and answered Bao Xiao's question plainly. Lady Lu? Bao Xiao repeated the name. All right, it's time to pick up your sister. Lin Xiao handed the remaining roe deer meat to Lu Tianyi to handle and turned to look at Bao Xiao. As if she knew that Lin Xiao was about to leave, Xiao Xiao immediately went to Lin Xiao's side. She grabbed Lin Xiao's clothes with one hand and continued eating the raw meat with the other. Lin Xiao silently looked at the hand that was grabbing his clothes, and there was meat juice all over it. This time, Not only did Bao Xiaowu feel that this female zombie was timid, everyone else also had an expression of this child seems to be afraid of strangers. Lin Xiao sighed and said to Xiao Xiao, I'm going out to do something. It's inconvenient to bring you along. If you're afraid, why don't you go back to your room first? For some reason, ever since Xiao Xiao woke up, Lin Xiao felt that this girl had a very subtle connection with him. What was with this motherly and subservient connection? Knowing that Lin Xiao had decided not to take her out, Xiao Xiao could only give up on the idea of going out with her and obediently nodded. She didn't need Lin Xiao to take her back to her room. She let go of her hand and walked into the building. When she entered the door, she even looked back at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao walked in, walked past a few people standing at the door, walked to the sofa and sat down, looking at Bao Xiaowu who also walked in. Tell me, where's your sister? Or, do you have something that she used on you? She leaned back on the sofa, slightly raised her chin, and looked at Bao Xiaowu who was standing in front of the coffee table. She is in the 3rd Civilian District in the outer A2 area. This is the jade that she used to wear. Bao Xiaowu hesitated for a moment, then took off the circular jade from his neck. Xie Dong, who was next to him, took the jade and gave it to Lin Xiao behind the sofa. Lin Xiao took it and looked at it, then put it under her nose and sniffed it, then handed it back to Xie Dong. Xie Dong took the jade back and gave it to Bao Xiaowu. Bao Xiaowu took the jade with a blank face and looked at Lin Xiao in confusion. I got it. I'll just wait here. Oh yeah, I don't know if you have realized, but your body is a little different. Lin Xiao stood up, threw a sentence, and disappeared in front of everyone. What's different? Does it mean that I didn't become a zombie? Bao Xiaowu looked at the others in confusion. He already knew this, so she probably didn't need to remind him. Xie Dong and Lin Kuei couldn't speak, so they didn't answer him. You have awakened? Didn't you realize? Only Lung Xintong looked at him and said, Awakened? Bao Xiaowu looked at him blankly, and after a few seconds, he suddenly reacted, You mean my superpower? Lung Xintong nodded. Although the others didn't talk to Bao Xiaowu, they also looked at him curiously. Obviously, they were curious about what his superpower was like. Really? Why didn't I know? Bao Xiaowu couldn't believe it. The probability of a superpower awakening wasn't high. Although Bao Xiaowu was looking forward to the day he could awaken his superpower, and then he wouldn't have to be bullied by others anymore. But after the apocalypse, he didn't make any movements, and his heart of anticipation had gradually cooled down. At this time, someone suddenly told him that he had awakened. Bao Xiaowu suddenly felt that it wasn't real. But this place doesn't seem to allow you to feel too obvious. You have to go out to feel the existence of the superpower. Lung Xintong smiled. Right? This place is? Although Bao Xiaowu had vaguely guessed it, he still didn't dare to confirm it. This place was too big. How could a normal active space superpower user have such a big space? Chapter 656. On the other side, after Lin Xiao left the space, it was already dawn outside. She remembered the smell on the jade. In addition to Bao Xiao's, there was another faint smell. Although it was very faint, Lin Xiao still remembered it. The sky was already bright, but the sun hadn't risen yet. The cold morning wind filled the air with a morning mist. Lin Xiao slipped out from the underground of the square. After one night, the entire underground zombie prison had been completely sealed. However, it still didn't lock down Lin Xiao's movements. With Bao Xiaowu and Xiao Xiao's experiment, she didn't need to use ordinary zombies to test her theory. After leaving the underground prison, Lin Xiao jumped to the top of the tallest light pole around the square and stood there. She used her nose to carefully search for the other smell on Bao Xiao's jade. Huasha base was so big, and she didn't have a map. Even if she wanted to directly find the A2 area, she didn't know which direction it was. Therefore, she might as well find the smell first and follow the scent to find the place. However, this smell was not very easy to find. Huasha base was so big. Even if Lin Xiao could smell the smell from more than 10 kilometers away, it still had to rely on the air to spread. So after smelling for a full half an hour, Lin Xiao finally distinguished the direction of Bao Xiao's sister from the many human smells. At the same time, she also knew the location of Li Jing's team, but it was not time yet, so she wouldn't look for them for the time being. While Lin Xiao followed the smell to find Bao Xiao's sister, something strange happened in Min Province and Shaman Zombie City. A level 5 zombie was running at full speed. Its speed was twice as fast as a 200 km per hour car, but it had only been out for less than 10 seconds. Suddenly, it was smashed to the ground by a zombie that fell from the sky. Bang dash, after a loud noise, the level 5 zombie was smashed to the top of an abandoned car, and the whole car was directly smashed into a discus. A figure squatted on the back of the level 5 zombie, pressing it tightly. Then its claws directly stabbed into the back of the struggling level 5 zombie's head, and after digging around, it took out his zombie core. After being stabbed in the back of the head, the level 5 zombie stopped moving. The figure that took out the level 5 zombie core did not have any reluctance to stay. It directly stood up, flashed, and quickly disappeared. The same thing was happening all over Shaman City. Therefore, the zombies below level 5 were being killed in large numbers, and their zombie cores were being dug out. In addition to the ordinary zombies, the zombies between level 2 and 5 were being slaughtered. Meanwhile, the level 1 and level 2 kings that were level 6 and above had become hunters, and they were hunting the low-level zombies all over the city. Roar! At this time, a roar came from afar, causing all the level 6 and level 7 zombie kings to stop. Then, they all rushed towards the same direction. Not long after, they arrived at the tallest building in Shaman, the Shaman International Center building. Then, all of them quickly climbed to the top of the building. If the humans saw this lineup, they would immediately be terrified. 5 second-rank kings and 13 first-rank kings. The appearance of such a beast would make humans feel a sense of danger, but there were 18 of them gathered here. These zombie kings all appeared on the roof of this building, but they only did the same thing. They carried out a pile of zombie cores, walked to the middle of the roof, and piled them all on the ground. Then, they all stepped back and stood at the edge of the roof, quietly waiting for something. After a dozen seconds, 2 figures walked out of the stairwell. Judging from their figures, it was a man and a woman. The woman followed behind the man, and the man walked towards the pile of zombie cores. This man and woman were also not human, but their pitch-black pupil-less zombie eyes were calm and steady. After he picked up the pile of zombie cores, he turned around and jumped to the edge of the building with the woman behind him. Then, they flashed in the direction of Haicheng, and soon, they disappeared. After they dashed out, the other zombie kings on the second floor also dashed out in the same direction. That night, in the Universal Base in the Uptown, Qiu Lily and Elmar were both stunned at the same time. Then, they both jumped to the top of the building and looked in the direction of Haicheng District, their expressions uncertain. "What did you feel?" Qiu Lily asked Elmarch. She had the wind element. Although she could sense something from the wind, in terms of perception, Elmar, who had the Logia element, was actually more accurate than her. Elmar's expression was solemn. She retracted her gaze from Haicheng District and slightly lowered her eyes to think. After a while, she raised her eyes and looked at Qiu Lily. A sharp light flashed in her eyes. It appeared. Qiu Lily frowned and asked, "Really?" Elmar didn't say anything else, but she nodded. Qiu Lily couldn't help but put her finger in her mouth and bit it. "But I don't know when Xiao and the others will come back." Elmar said, "It doesn't matter. The enemy doesn't seem to be targeting us. We still have time. But even if they're targeting Haicheng, we can't just stand by and watch." Qiu Lily removed her finger and crossed her arms in front of her chest. "Let's go down and discuss with Yuan Tianxing and the others." Elmar thought about it and said. Qiu Lily nodded. "That's the only way." Lin Xiao, who was still in the Huaxia base, quickly found the location of Bao Xiao's sister. Although it was called a civilian area, it was actually an area where ordinary people lived. There were no ability users here, and only ordinary people lived here. Because they were ordinary people, the living conditions here were naturally very poor, and the security was also very poor. Lin Xiao followed the smell that was getting closer and closer. When she found the location of Bao Xiao's sister, she was in a dormitory building with many people living there. The dormitory building here was a single-room dormitory building, and each room was not big. The six-story building had more than a dozen single rooms on each floor. However, there were more than 6 people living in each single room. Although it was broad daylight, most people still stayed in their rooms and did not go out. Because there was no work and the weather was cold, they just stayed in their own homes and did not come out. When Lin Xiao found the room where Bao Xiao's sister was, she was surprised to find that the room was full of men. When she saw Bao Xiao's sister, she suddenly felt that this girl's way of thinking was very different. Because no matter how she looked at it, it was impossible to tell that the person in front of her was a girl. Apart from being a little petite, she had a dark yellow face, thick eyebrows, and extremely short hair that was only a little longer than the roots of a crew cut. She was wearing a gray cotton shirt and pants. Her clothes were very old, and although they were not clean, they were not very dirty either. She looked like a very inconspicuous little boy. Her eyes were calm, but there was a flash of light from time to time. Chapter 657. Xiaoying, it's time to go. If you're late, you won't get a fight for it. At this time, another man in his 30s jumped down from the 2-tier bed frame and said to Bao Xiao's sister, Bao Xiaoying. Bao Xiaoying didn't say anything, but she nodded and took out a stainless steel lunchbox from the bucket under the bed. The man who called her was already used to her reaction, so he took out his lunchbox and followed Bao Xiaoying out. It was only 7 o'clock, but they weren't going for breakfast. Lin Xiao followed them and found that the man with Bao Xiaoying didn't know Bao Xiaoying's real gender. The two of them walking together actually looked very subtle. The man in his 30s was tall and burly, about 1.9 meters tall. Bao Xiaoying, on the other hand, was only about 1.5 meters tall. When the two of them walked past, the people around them just looked at them silently, but no one talked to them. Their eyes were all cold, fearful, or respectful, and they didn't dare to approach. Lin Xiao looked around, and when she looked at Bao Xiaoying again, she was a little surprised. Because these people weren't afraid of the 1.9 meters tall man, but the petite Bao Xiaoying. Interesting. With this discovery, Lin Xiao had a hint of a smile in his eyes. She followed Bao Xiaoying with great interest. Not long after, the two of them arrived at a square and saw that there were already a lot of people waiting in line in front of the square in the cold wind. The square was very big. Even though it was early in the morning, there were already a lot of people here. At the end of the line was a row of long tables. The long tables blocked the people in the square, and behind the long tables was a 2-story building. Seeing this, Lin Xiao knew what was going on. This was the place where food was distributed. Many people didn't have jobs in winter, so the base would take out the stored food to make some steamed buns and biscuits, and then give 1 or 2 to each person. But because of the large number of people, the amount of food provided every night was not enough. So in order not to starve, many people got up early in the morning to wait for the food distribution at noon. Of course, Lin Xiao had seen the scene of food distribution. After all, she was the leader. Although these things were done by the management staff, she still had to go down occasionally to investigate. On one hand, he wanted to see if there were any problems that needed improvement, and on the other hand, he wanted to see if the management staff could do good things. Usually, when food was distributed, there would be a large number of soldiers to maintain order. For example, even though it was still early in the morning and it wasn't time for food distribution, there were already soldiers armed with real guns standing around the square. Because there were so many people, they had to watch the match. Xiaoying, put on your hat. I feel cold just looking at it. The man standing behind Bao Xiaoying stared at Bao Xiaoying's head and couldn't help but say. Even though Bao Xiaoying's hood was right in front of him, he didn't attack her directly. Instead, he opened his mouth to remind her. Bao Xiaoying looked back at him calmly. She took her hand out of her pocket and pulled the hat over her head. How nice would it be if you grew taller? You can join the army. With your wolf-like ferocity, you can definitely make a name for yourself in the army. It's a pity you can't meet the requirements, the man muttered regretfully behind her. Bao Xiaoying did not make a sound, nor did she turn around. In fact, she wasn't interested in joining the army, so she didn't have any objections to her height. After all, if she wanted to join the army, her identity would be directly exposed. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, stared at the empty left sleeve of the tall man thoughtfully. These two seemed to have a good relationship. There were too many people here, so she couldn't attack directly. Also, Bao Xiaoying was with the man with the broken arm. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Lin Xiao could only wait. She left the square and climbed a tree next to her to lie down. She could only wait until they got their food and left. After 11 o'clock in the morning, the square was already crowded with people. There were voices everywhere, and it was noisy and lively. Those who went too far directly started fighting, but the result was that the surrounding soldiers quickly pointed guns at their heads, and they couldn't eat today. Not to mention today, they were not allowed to come for 3 days. When the base staff brought out the baskets of steamed buns, there was immediately a commotion in the crowd. "Don't push, don't push. Everyone has it. Everyone has it." The manager shouted behind the staff with a loudspeaker. Bao Xiaoying and the man, who had been waiting in the square for a few hours, queued for another half an hour before they took 2 coarse grain buns and walked to the side. There were many large buckets next to them, and the buckets were filled with boiling water. Bao Xiaoying directly stuffed one of the 2 buns into her pocket and held the other in her hand. She used the stainless steel box in her hand to fill a box of boiling water. The man behind her only had one hand, so after he took the buns with his mouth, he immediately stuffed them into her pocket. After stuffing both buns into her pocket, he took the basin to fill the water. When they walked out of the square and walked back, Lin Xiao followed them. When the two returned to their residence, Lin Xiao sensed a few breaths in their room. She recognized them. She seemed to have sensed those breaths in the zombie prison last night. They came quite quickly, as soon as the sky brightened. Bao Xiaoying and the man didn't know that there were strangers in their residence. So when the two returned to the door, Bao Xiaoying stopped when she grabbed the door handle. "What's wrong? Hurry up and open the door. It's freezing outside. Hurry up and go in to eat, or else the buns will harden." The man behind her saw that Bao Xiaoying didn't open the door immediately, so he immediately urged her. As soon as he spoke, Bao Xiaoying didn't open the door. She suddenly turned around and threw the basin of water in her hand, pushed the tall man away, and ran in the direction of the stairs. Bang dash before the tall man who was suddenly pushed to the side could react. He saw the door was immediately opened from the inside. Several armed soldiers quickly rushed out of the room and chased in the direction of Bao Xiaoying. They completely ignored the tall man who was pushed to the side. "Stop, if you run, we'll shoot." After a few soldiers quickly chased out, they saw Bao Xiaoying's figure flash and disappear into the corridor in the blink of an eye. Bang dash, a gunshot rang out, and the figures of the soldiers quickly disappeared in the direction of Bao Xiaoying. Only the tall man was left staring in the direction of where they disappeared with a face of shock. He had no idea what was going on and what happened, but it was obvious that the other party came for Bao Xiaoying. Fortunately, Bao Xiaoying's observation ability was sharper than ordinary people, so she found some clues while standing at the door. Chapter 658. Lin Xiao flipped down the corridor and went down 1 floor. Bao Xiaoying had already rushed down. The soldiers were chasing after her. No matter how fast Bao Xiaoying ran, she couldn't dodge bullets as an ordinary person. "Stop! We'll shoot if you keep running." The soldiers behind shouted at Bao Xiaoying as they quickly rushed down the stairs. Lin Xiao jumped down the stairs and landed at the entrance of the staircase on the 1st floor. Bao Xiaoying ran very fast. She went down the 1st floor and rushed out of the staircase. However, the moment she rushed out, Lin Xiao immediately stretched out his arm and hooked it around Bao Xiaoying's neck. The two of them disappeared in the next second. Just as the two of them disappeared, the pursuers rushed down from the upper floor. However, when they went down the staircase, they were stunned because they had lost track of Bao Xiaoying. "Gone? So fast. Split up and look for her." Then another person ran down from upstairs. It was the man who was with Bao Xiaoying. He was at a loss and didn't know what to do. Why were the soldiers in their house? And they were so unfriendly. Did Bao Xiaoying offend someone? Or did she do something that violated the rules of the base? He didn't know any of this, so he was very anxious. When Bao Xiaoying was suddenly hooked around her neck, she realized that something was wrong. Suddenly, her vision blurred. When she came back to her senses, she realized that she was no longer in her house. Xiaoying. Just as Bao Xiaoying was vigilantly observing her surroundings, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Bao Xiaoying was stunned and looked over in surprise. Sure enough, it was her brother. Bao Xiaohua rushed over and grabbed her shoulders. He said happily, "That's great, you're fine." "What do you mean I'm fine? I was just being chased," Lin Xiao said calmly and then sat down on the sofa. Bao Xiaohua was shocked and turned to look at Lin Xiao. "Didn't those people control Xiaoying long ago?" Lin Xiao said, "I didn't say that." Bao Xiaohua looked at Bao Xiaoying and asked, "Didn't you meet those people before?" Bao Xiaoying shook her head. Seeing that her brother was here, she relaxed slightly. But what was happening? She looked at Bao Xiaohua in confusion. Bao Xiaohua met his sister's gaze and immediately understood what she meant. He explained, "Those people originally came for me, but something unexpected happened. That's why they attacked you. But it doesn't matter now. We can live in another place in the future." Bao Xiaohua glanced at Lin Xiao as he spoke. Other than Bao Xiaohua, no one else was in the living room. "Take her to your room to rest first. It's not cold here, so there's no need to wear so much. I'll get someone to send you some clothes later. You two stay in the room and don't come out for the time being." Lin Xiao looked at Bao Xiaohua and Bao Xiaoying and said, "Oh." Bao Xiaohua nodded and pulled Bao Xiaoying upstairs. Bao Xiaoying squeezed her brother's hand and looked at him inquiringly. As Bao Xiaohua pulled her up, he felt something strange in his hand. He looked back at her and said, "There's no place for us to stay in Huaxiao anymore, so let's leave first. I don't even know her identity, but she's not a bad person. She saved my life, and now she saved you. We both owe her our lives, so we'll follow her wherever she goes in the future." Bao Xiaoying looked at him, and her eyes flashed. Then she nodded and followed him upstairs. Lin Xiao walked out of the living room and thought about what happened before. Then she turned around and walked towards the back of the building. Seeing her coming over, the zombies in the back slightly stirred. Because she rarely came here, she would directly call them to the open space in front of the building if there was anything. Now that she suddenly ran to the back, the zombies didn't know why they had a strange premonition. Soon, Lin Xiao chose one from the level 3, 4, and 5. "Follow me to the front," Lin Xiao said, and turned to walk to the open space in front of the building. She called Lu Tianyi, who was in the vegetable field, and asked, "Do you still have the deer meat from before?" Lu Tianyi pointed to the kitchen in the building and nodded. Of course, he wouldn't finish the whole deer. After eating one leg, he already felt full, so he cut the rest into pieces and put them in the kitchen. Lin Xiao nodded. "Go in and prepare 3 pieces of meat." Lu Tianyi turned around and entered the building. Pesticide, who was still catching insects in the vegetable field, raised his head and looked at Lin Xiao and then looked at Lu Tianyi. This time, he didn't follow them out of curiosity. Obviously, he wasn't interested. But looking at the 3 zombies that Lin Xiao brought out, Pesticide squatted on the ground and hugged his legs. He wanted to see what Lin Xiao was going to do next. Lin Xiao stood in front of the 3 zombies and looked at them. The level 5 zombie was a fire-type female zombie. Looking at her messy short hair, she wasn't short about 1.68 meters. She looked like a tomboy like Bao Xiaoying. But her appearance was still quite good, but it was ruined by a pair of big black eyes and purple lips. In her dark eyes, a pair of flashing red eyes stared at Lin Xiao with vigilance and fear. There weren't many level 5 zombies in her space. This was the only female one. Lin Xiao looked at her body. She had already ordered her to change her clothes. She was clean, but her skin looked like it hadn't been bathed for many days. After thinking about it, Lin Xiao turned around and looked at Xiadong. "Let me wash it. I can't eat it like this." Xiadong, who was standing by the door, silently turned around and went in. Lin Xiao looked upstairs. Lung Xintong and Xiao Xiao were both in their rooms. The Bao siblings also went in and didn't come out. Apart from Lin Kuei, there was no one else at the door. Although Lung Xintong knew everything she did, He didn't know that she was a zombie. But seeing that she bit people and zombies, Lung Xuantong's research interest was probably aroused. She hoped that this guy didn't want to use her as a test subject. Perhaps she could also use his skills to figure out the secret of her identity. Lin Xiao looked at the 3 zombies in front of her. She didn't know what they would become after she replaced them with the virus. Would they still be the same as Xiao Xiao? Could they eat animal meat? Or would they awaken their memories? Looking at Xiao Xiao's example, Lin Xiao felt that it was very likely that they would awaken their memories and eat meat. After a while, Xie Dong came out with a basin of water and a towel. He walked to Lin Xiao's side and asked her to wring out the towel from the basin. "Come, you 3, come over and wash your hands." After Lin Xiao wrung out the towel, she waved at the 3 zombies. Chapter 659. The 3 zombies that Lin Xiao called over, 2 males and 1 female, walked over and reached into the basin. Lin Xiao quickly stopped them. "Hey, wait a minute." Then she covered their hands with a towel and washed them one by one. Then she threw the towel into the basin and waved at Xie Dong. Xie Dong took the water and retreated to the side, but he didn't go back. Lin Xiao waved at the 3 zombies. "Go back and stand properly." The 3 zombies retreated a few steps in a row, and then separated to stand properly. Lin Xiao then walked to the front of the level 3 zombie, then reached out and grabbed the hand that had been washed. The level 3 zombie's heart was alarmed. He couldn't help but look at Lin Xiao in panic. Roar dash, Lin Xiao looked at him. Didn't say anything, just stretched out his hand, lowered his head, and bit down. Wu dash, the level 3 zombie's body was stiff. His eyes looking at Lin Xiao became frightened. Lin Xiao's teeth pierced into his flesh for 3 seconds. Then she let go. "Ah, so salty." Lin Xiao tilted her head and spat out saliva, then murmured. In fact, she didn't taste anything at all. It was just a psychological effect that she felt salty. She took a few steps back and looked at the level 3 zombie's reaction. She saw his body was stiff. After a few seconds, he began to twitch, then his body fell to the ground and curled up into a ball. Woo roar dash, the level 3 zombie let out an instinctive painful roar, but could only twitch on the ground. After the other 2 zombies saw this scene, they were scared. They took 2 steps back, turned around, and wanted to run. Well, Lin Xiao turned her head. Her eyes flashed a cold light as she stared at them. Her mouth softly snorted. Then the 2 level 4 and 5 zombies didn't dare to move, their bodies stiff in the same place. After Lin Xiao saw that they didn't dare to move, she turned back and continued to look at the level 3 zombie. Roar dash, the level 3 zombie seemed to be in pain. After twitching on the ground for a while, it began to roll uncontrollably. Generally speaking, as zombies can no longer feel pain. But now, this level 3 zombie seemed to be in great pain. His roar clearly conveyed this kind of strong emotion. Lin Xiao recalled Xiao Xiao's expression and seemed to have screamed. It seemed that when her virus invaded their bodies, it caused them to feel pain. In addition to the 2 frightened zombies, Lin Kuei, Xie Dong, and Lu Tianyi quietly looked at the level 3 zombie on the ground. At the same time, Pesticide was also shocked. When he saw the zombie lying on the ground, he jumped up in fright. Like a wisp of smoke, she ran to the back of the building. When the zombies behind them heard the howl of the level 3 zombie, they all began to shrink back into the small space to hide. The cries of the level 3 zombies not only scared the other zombies, but also the other people in the building. Lung Xiantong ran from the house to the balcony and looked up and down while Xiao Xiao hid at the foot of the bed. Bao Xiaoying looked at Bao Xiaowu in surprise. She could tell that it was a zombie's voice. But how could there be zombies here? Was there a group of zombies around? Although Bao Xiaowu was confused, he thought about the female zombie that was bitten. He seemed to have guessed something, but he didn't understand what was going on. Just like before, he was confused. After watching the zombie roar and roll for a few minutes, the sound of the level 3 zombie gradually became softer. Its body stopped rolling, but it maintained a stiff posture and continued to twitch. Lin Xiao and the others quietly stood at the side until the body of the level 3 zombie stopped twitching. They looked at the time and found that less than half an hour had passed. Just like Xiao Xiao, it also took half an hour. They didn't know how long it would take for it to wake up. It seemed that the virus didn't even affect the zombie's level. Lin Xiao walked to the side of the level 3 zombie and squatted down to look at it. He saw that the virus in its body was almost completely eroded. Xiao Xiao woke up immediately after her body stopped twitching. He didn't know if this zombie could wake up directly. Moreover, Lin Xiao could already feel the same connection between him and Xiao Xiao from this level 3 zombie. Just when everyone was looking at the level 3 zombie, it didn't disappoint them and quickly woke up. After opening its eyes, it sat up in a daze. Its eyes didn't move. After sitting like this for a few seconds, it suddenly turned its head and looked around. Finally, its eyes fixed on Lin Xiao. Sure enough, it had this reaction. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed. After seeing Lin Xiao, the zombie's eyes began to become clear. It climbed up and looked around in a daze. Finally, it looked at its hand in confusion. Then it raised its head, looked at Lin Xiao, and then looked at the others. It opened its mouth as if it wanted to say something. A roar? I didn't die, it asked. Lin Xiao nodded. Yes, you didn't die. Although it didn't die, its IQ seemed to have increased, but it didn't directly level up. The level 3 zombie looked at Lin Xiao blankly, like a curious baby. Lin Xiao looked at it and asked, Do you know who you are? Do you remember anything? The level 3 zombie just looked at her blankly for a few seconds, and then shook its head. Lin Xiao then looked at Lu Tianyi. Give me the meat. Lu Tianyi was holding a plate with several pieces of roe deer meat in it. He walked in front of Lin Xiao and extended the plate to her. Lin Xiao took out a palm-sized piece of meat and waved at the level 3 zombie. Come here. The level 3 zombie walked over and stared at the meat in her hand in confusion. Lin Xiao directly handed the meat to him and said, Eat it. Although the level 3 zombie obediently took the meat, it still couldn't help but look at Lin Xiao. Then it put the meat under its nose and smelled it. After confirming that it didn't smell bad, it opened its mouth and took a bite. Before biting into its mouth, the level 3 zombie didn't understand why Lin Xiao wanted it to eat this. In its instinct, it didn't seem to be normal food, and it didn't smell good. But why did the zombie boss in front of it want it to eat? But when the meat entered its mouth, it found that it didn't taste bad. Huh? Why didn't it taste bad? This question made the level 3 zombie feel that something was wrong, but it couldn't think of a reason. Lin Xiao walked in front of Xiaodong and wiped her hands with a towel. Then she looked at the level 3 zombie's reaction. Seeing him with a strange look on his face, he finished the piece of meat while munching on it. Chapter 660. Is it delicious? Lin Xiao looked at him and asked. After the level 3 zombie finished eating, it started sucking on its fingers. Hearing Lin Xiao's question, he nodded. Lin Xiao nodded and said, As long as it's delicious. Okay, you go to the side and stand properly. Then she turned to look at the other 2 zombies that had washed their hands and waved to the level 4 zombie. It's your turn. Roar dash, the level 4 zombie was scared and took a step back. After seeing Lin Xiao's expression become a bit cold, he carefully walked towards her. He also knew that if he angered the boss, he would be directly killed. But the message conveyed by the same kind of cry was so terrible that he felt very scared. Lin Xiao silently waited for him to come in front of her and said with a blank face, Give me your hand. The level 4 zombie stretched out his hand. Lin Xiao looked at the unwashed hand and said, That one. The level 4 zombie took back his hand and quickly changed to the other hand that had just been washed. Then he closed his eyes and turned his face to the other side, not daring to look at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao opened her teeth and grabbed the zombie's hand and bit down. After 3 seconds, she let go. Roar dash, just like the previous level 3 zombie, this level 4 zombie also let out a roar. His whole body suddenly burst out a cold mist. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped by 20 degrees. This was an ice-type level 4 zombie, so this time its reaction and ability also showed a riot. Lin Xiao took 2 steps back and reached out to grab the ice-type zombie. Soon, the cold mist around him melted away before it could turn into ice. Roar Dash, the ice-type zombie, didn't notice his ability at this time. He just painfully bent his legs and knelt on the ground. Then he held his chest and began to twitch. Lin Xiao suppressed the ability of the ice-type zombie and watched it twitch on the ground. Then it began to roll on the ground like the previous one. After half an hour, the movement of the ice-type zombie stopped. He quickly opened his eyes and then climbed up. Lin Xiao handed a piece of meat to him. "Eat it." After looking at the situation of the level 3 zombie, the level for zombie's expression was a bit confused. However, he subconsciously obeyed Lin Xiao's words. After he took a bite of the raw deer meat, his expression froze for a moment. He looked like a child who had just found a delicious snack. He was pleasantly surprised and puzzled. Lin Xiao looked at the last level 5 female zombie and asked her to come over. The female zombie looked at the 2 zombies that had been bitten by her boss, and it seemed that they weren't hurt at all. She heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Although she was afraid, at least she wouldn't die. As long as he didn't die, everything would be fine. The female zombie thought so she wasn't as scared as the previous 2 zombies. She obediently walked in front of Lin Xiao. Without waiting for Lin Xiao to speak, she automatically extended her washed hand to her. Lin Xiao glanced at her, then opened her mouth and bit down. She then let go and took a few steps back. She looked at the female zombie and screamed. When the flames on her body rose, she reached out to suppress the energy of her ability. In this way, the 3 zombies were all bitten by Lin Xiao. Suddenly, there was a kind of ritual that Western vampires performed. It made the 3 zombies different from normal zombies. When the female zombie woke up, Lin Xiao handed her the meat and watched her eat it happily. Lin Xiao then turned around and went into the small building. She went to the kitchen and took a cup of water. She wanted to rinse her mouth. Well, she had bitten 4 zombies and a human today. Although she knew that there wouldn't be a bacterial infection, she still felt weird. After coming out, she saw that the 3 zombies were all standing in the same place, but their eyes were still staring at the plate in Lu Tiany's hand. Although there was no meat on the plate, Lin Xiao saw that they were still in a state of hunger. She knew that the piece of meat had completely aroused their hunger. She looked back at Lu Tiany and said, "Take out another half and give it to the 3 of them." Lu Tiany turned around and left. Lin Xiao looked back at the 3 zombies and then said to them, "You 3 are different from the others. I'll give you a name. I can't call you number 1 or number 2 in the base. Let me think." She looked at the level 5 female zombie and then looked at the other 2 male zombies. What should she call them? What do you want to call yourselves? Lin Xiao thought for a while and was too lazy to give names, so she directly asked the 3 zombies in front of her. She knew that although she had changed the virus, it only changed their bodies. It didn't make them recover their memories or really remember anything. However, what she said was easier for them to understand than before. The level 3 zombie looked at Lin Xiao blankly. "Roar?" Lin Xiao nodded. "Song? Well, you'll be called Song from now on. Maybe one day you will also recover your memories and remember your names." She continued to walk in front of the level 4 zombie and looked at him. "What about you?" The level 4 zombie slightly showed an expression of thinking. "Roar? Insect?" Lin Xiao looked at him with a strange expression. Roar Dash, the level 4 zombie, was dissatisfied and corrected him. "Onion?" Lin Xiao's expression was even more strange. Roar Dash, the level 4 zombie, was a bit angry. He clearly didn't say that word. Chong Chong, right? Okay, I got it. Ah Chong. Lin Xiao finally understood and nodded. The level 4 cold zombie, Ah Chong, finally nodded. Lin Xiao then walked in front of the level 5 female zombie and asked, "What is your name?" The level 5 female zombie looked at Lin Xiao and then hesitantly opened her mouth and softly roared. "Roar? Roar? Jinyan? Good name? Okay, remember your names. If you don't respond when I call you, I will beat you up." Lin Xiao clapped her hands, and the 3 zombies' code names appeared. She turned to look at the others and saw that Lin Ke and Xie Dong were still watching the fun. Lin Xiao suddenly stared at Xie Dong. "Do you want to eat meat?" Xie Dong was stunned, and then suddenly reacted. "As you can see, my virus directly changed their physiques. From the looks of the first guy I bit, It seems that other than benefits, there are no disadvantages. You can't just drink the water from my lake, right? Your mouth is so bland. Look at how much that kid enjoys it. Lin Xiao said and pointed at Lu Qianni, who was holding a big plate of meat. Xie Dong was speechless. He really wanted to admit that his mouth was really bland. Looking at the three zombies who suddenly had names, Xie Dong thought for a few seconds and then nodded. Because they looked like they were enjoying the food. Was it really that good? Chapter 661. Lin Xiao looked at him, thought for a while, and said, I feel that biting these zombies to mutate isn't a solution. It would be great if I could use another method to introduce my virus into them. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, raised one hand to touch her chin, and then spread her fingers in front of her eyes. Shwa, sharp black fingernails popped out. Since it was the virus in her body, she shouldn't need to bite them, right? She had to use another method. After thinking for a while, she turned around and walked toward the back of the building. While walking, she said, Xie Dong, bring a few glasses and a bottle of water. When Xie Dong walked to the back with 5 or 6 empty glasses and a bottle of water, he saw Lin Xiao holding a zombie in her hand in the first small space. Her fingernails had already pierced deeply into the zombie's skin. After seeing Xie Dong, Lin Xiao released her hand and watched the zombie fall stiffly in front of her. The other zombies were all tightly leaning against the walls of the small space, as if they were avoiding the plague. Obviously, they were very resistant to being near Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao took a few steps back and silently watched the zombie's reaction. However, after a few minutes, the zombie was still lying stiffly on the ground. It didn't have the same painful reaction as the previous zombies. Could it be dead? Lin Xiao squatted on the ground and stared blankly at the zombie on the ground. She found that the zombie wasn't dead, but the virus in its body was being eroded by her virus. However, the process was much slower than when she used her teeth to bite it. Just like the zombies in front of her just now, her virus was very obviously flying speed. However, at this point, it could only run at a jogging speed, so this entire process made the zombie enter a certain state, appearing to be stiff. It seemed that this guy's reaction wouldn't be effective so quickly. Then, she could only try another method. Lin Xiao stood up and turned around to take a cup from Xie Dong's body. Then, she raised her other hand and clenched her fist. However, she didn't retract her fingernails. Instead, she dug them into her palm. Thick black blood flowed from her palm and dripped into the glass. Roar! The moment her blood flowed out, the surrounding zombies immediately lost their calm. They all screamed in fear and wanted to shrink back into the wall of the space. Xie Dong's body stiffened as well. He gritted his teeth and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Lin Xiao raised his head and looked back at Xie Dong. He sighed and said, Forget it. Just wait outside. Xie Dong nodded. After some thought, he endured the pressure and placed the other cups and water behind Lin Xiao. Then, he quickly turned around and left. Not to mention the zombies in the small space where Lin Xiao was, the zombies in the other 2 small spaces, and the other zombies in front of the small building all felt the unbridled sense of danger from Lin Xiao, and it was an increased level. At the same time, there was also a faint fragrance that spread along with this aura. It was similar to a human's fragrance, but it was much more soothing and light. Lu Qianni, Lin Kuei, and the others did not know what was going on. When they saw Xie Dong running back in a panic, they looked at him curiously. Lin Kuei didn't feel as depressed as the other zombies, but he was still afraid of this aura. At the same time, he was extremely curious. What was that female zombie doing? After the blood in Lin Xiao's hand flowed for a while, the wound on her palm automatically stopped bleeding. She looked at the cup in her hand. It was only 2/10 of the capacity. But such a small amount of blood was enough to make the level 3 zombies in the small space afraid to move. Lin Xiao divided the blood in the cup into other cups and then poured water into them, diluting her blood with a ratio of 95:5. The water in the cup and her blood mixed into a light brown liquid. After she poured the water into the blood that was divided into several portions, the emotions of the zombies gradually calmed down. The fragrance in her blood that filled the small space also dissipated. "Come here." Lin Xiao picked up a cup of blood and waved at the female zombie closest to her. Roar dash! The female zombie responded to her in panic, but she didn't dare to take a step towards Lin Xiao. "I said, come here. Are you disobedient?" Lin Xiao's expression was cold. "Oh, whoa." The female zombie immediately roared with grievance. Although she was still very resistant, she had to walk towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao waited for her to come closer, then handed over the water in her hand. "Drink it." The female zombie took the cup, but her hand holding the cup was slightly trembling. She looked at the cup in her hand as if she was looking at something scary. But she didn't dare to disobey Lin Xiao's words, so she hesitated and froze in place. Lin Xiao didn't rush her, just stood there and waited for her to drink it herself. She knew that her blood had a great impact on them, but she was also very speechless that she was so afraid. It seemed to be more terrifying than her. The female zombie finally closed her eyes like a human, and then poured all the water in the cup into her mouth. "Gulu gulu," she drank it down. Lin Xiao reached out and took the cup back, then looked at the female zombie's reaction. After the female zombie finished drinking the water, she began to cover her throat and staggered back a few steps. "Go to the side." Lin Xiao pointed to the side to the female zombie. The female zombie swayed over with a painful expression, then bent her legs and sat on the ground. Cough, cough, cough. After sitting on the ground, she forcefully covered her neck, and a strange sound came out of her throat. Lin Xiao slightly squinted his eyes, using his special vision to see the changes from her esophagus to her stomach. After diluting the blood virus with the lake water, it was more effective than biting with her nails and teeth, and the reaction time was faster. Roar, roar, roar. Soon, the female zombie began to roll on the ground. The surrounding zombies were so scared that they all retreated to another position. As for the zombie whose skin had been pierced by her nails, it was still stiff. Different methods, different degrees of reaction. Whoa, roar dash! The female zombie was obviously very uncomfortable, and her cry was also shrill. Lin Xiao looked at her reaction only a few minutes later. This female zombie's movement completely stopped and then quickly woke up. He called another 2 zombies to come forward and let them drink 2 cups of water. The result was still the same as the female zombie. The final conclusion was that whether Lin Xiao bit them, scratched them with her nails, or made them drink water mixed with her blood, the original virus in their bodies would be completely replaced. And her virus quickly multiplied in their body, expanding and taking root, and then maintained their vitality and energy. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. This result was what she wanted. Chapter 662. The fastest way was still to use her blood. But she hadn't studied how diluted the blood was yet. With the amount she had just used, she felt like she had used too much. After all, it was her blood. She couldn't waste it. After naming the 3 zombies that she had experimented on, Lin Xiao poured the rest of the water into a bottle and stored it. When she put away the cups and brought them to the front of the building, she found that Lu Tianyi had set up a table for Jing Yin and the others to eat at the table. Well, they were eating. Although their food was raw meat, looking at them as zombies, this situation was still very humane. Seeing Lin Xiao walk over, the 3 zombies instinctively put down the meat in their hands and stood up, looking at her timidly. "You guys continue," Lin Xiao said with a faint smile, then put the cup in her hand on the table. She took out a cup and poured half of her diluted blood into it, then said to Xiedong, "Here, drink it." Xiedong walked over and took the cup. He knew that this was Lin Xiao diluted it, but he didn't know if it was because of the dilution or because his level was higher, so he didn't feel much fear. At most, he felt some inexplicable resistance. "Drink half of it first, let me see if it has any effect," Lin Xiao told him at this time. Xiedong endured the resistance in his heart, but his face was expressionless as he raised the cup and drank it. After drinking, he suddenly put the cup on the table with a bang. Then he quickly frowned and covered his neck with his other hand. Seeing that Xiedong only drank half a cup, Lin Xiao secretly thought about how to distribute her blood to the zombies in the future. As the number of zombies around her increased, in order to let them eat animal meat and change their desire for human meat, she still needed to use her virus to filter the zombie army's virus. And there was another advantage. It was easier to control, because she found that the zombies that were infected by her virus had a maternal and subordinate relationship, which made it easier for her to control the zombies' will. In terms of sensing, it also became more sensitive. Xiedong arched his body in pain, but he still realized that he was on the other side of Lin Xiao and the table. So he resisted the pain and retreated a distance before falling to the ground. Woo! He clenched his teeth and didn't roar like the other zombies. But looking at his expression and his bulging veins, it was obvious how much pain he was in. He didn't know if it was because Xiedong's level was higher than the 3 zombies behind him, or if it was because he only drank half a cup of water, but Xiedong's reaction time was much longer. After a full half an hour, his body finally stopped convulsing and trembling. Lin Xiao watched his reaction and suddenly saw a head pop out from the corner of the building. It turned out that Farmer Mo could not hold back his curiosity and came over to watch. "Come here." Lin Xiao waved at him. "Whoa!" Pesticide was startled. Being waved by Lin Xiao, he immediately had a bad premonition. "Drink it." Lin Xiao poured him half a cup and handed it over. Roar dash. Although Pesticide was on high alert, he looked at Xiedong and then at the 3 zombies that continued to eat. In the end, he couldn't resist Lin Xiao's pressure and came over. After taking the cup from Lin Xiao's hand, although he resisted, he did not hesitate. Instead, with an expression of desperation, he closed his eyes and poured the liquid in the cup down his throat. Then, he naturally curled up on the ground like Xiedong, but he didn't grit his teeth and suppress his roar like Xiedong. "Ugh!" Lin Xiao was shocked. He endured the headache and quickly made his move. He used the power of space to suppress Pesticide's power. She had almost forgotten that this was a spiritual-type intelligent zombie. Xiedong, who had just staggered to his feet, felt his legs go weak from the mental attack, and he almost fell down again. Fortunately, Lin Xiao managed to suppress Pesticide Explosion's mental power in time. Although level 7, Lin Xiao and Lin Ke would not be affected much, at most a slight headache. However, the players who were level 5 and below felt as if they had been dealt a heavy blow. At this time, in the upper city of Hangzhou, Qiu Lily, Elmar, and the others were on high alert. Everyone was sent back to the hotel base, and the entire army was guarding against the outside. "What are our chances of winning?" Yuan Tianxing's face was gloomy, but he didn't seem to be panicking. "The enemy has at least 10 level 1 kings and 5 level 2 kings. There's also one that we can't sense at all, but we can sense great danger. If I'm not wrong, that should be the zombie emperor that all the bases have been talking about." Elmar frowned and said with a serious expression, "I didn't expect them to find us. I thought we would be able to escape." Qiu Lily also frowned. Originally, when they sensed the danger, they thought that the enemy would directly go past them and rush toward Haicheng. They didn't expect the enemy to stop halfway and turn toward them. When Qiu Lily and Elmar reacted in time, they had no chance to escape. They were now trapped. The circle of zombies that Lin Xiao was originally a line of defense had all turned around and surrounded them with a wall. Even Qiu Lily and Elmar, who were level 7, level 2 kings, couldn't order them around. Hearing Elmar's words, Yuan Tianxing's expression was slightly stunned, and then his expression turned ugly. "Zombie Emperor?" If it was Qiu Lily and Elmar who said it, then it would definitely be true. An emperor that hadn't appeared in 5 years had actually appeared at this time. Moreover, it had just appeared, and it had bumped into their weakest base. Just a level 2 king was already terrifying, and now there was an emperor. Moreover, no one had seen the destructive power of this emperor. Were they going to see it for themselves? "It's more than 1,000 kilometers from here to China. Do you dare to go there?" Lin Feng stood beside Yuan Tianxing and Qiu Lily with a worried expression. "If Lily rushes at full speed, we should be able to arrive in less than 5 hours. Elmar looked at Qiu Lily and said, "No. If I leave here, my resistance will be weaker. I promised Xiao Xiao to look after this place. If I leave, you guys will be even more helpless." Qiu Lily immediately shook her head. I know. That's why we sent someone else. Yuan Tianqing sighed and said. After some discussion, they sent a wind-type zombie to sneak out of the new base and head toward China at full speed. Although the level of the wind-type zombie wasn't high, it was only level 4, but it was still much faster than other types of zombies. Chapter 663. What are they trying to do by not moving? Lin Feng stood on the rooftop and looked into the distance. They were completely surrounded, but the other party didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. They didn't know what they were planning. However, the more the other party didn't move, the more uneasy they felt. Outside of the base, there were a few people standing on a rooftop not far away from the zombies' line of defense. A tall and slender man, no, it should be a male zombie, stood at the front. He was handsome, and his facial features were exquisite as if they were carved. His long and narrow eyes were half squinted, and he had a straight nose and thin purple lips. His face was pale, but his skin wasn't dry. It was like a normal person's, but it was dull. On the left side of his neck, there were large green and purple veins that climbed from his neck to the left side of his face like roots of a tree. Because of the spread of these veins, his handsome and cold temperament became evil. His half-squinted black eyes flashed with purple light. This was the zombie emperor that Elmar and the others were talking about, a lightning-type level 8 zombie. Behind the zombie emperor stood a female zombie leader and 2 male level 2 king zombies. At this moment, 2 figures leaped up from the roof of a slightly shorter building. They were carrying 2 living people in their hands. The 4 unconscious living people were quickly thrown in front of the zombie emperor, and the 2 level 2 king zombies retreated to the side. The zombie emperor turned around and looked at the 4 people on the ground. Then he squatted down next to a young man and stretched out his clean hand with long, sharp nails. Pooh! The zombie emperor's hand formed a 5-claw shape and fiercely stabbed into that person's chest, where his heart was. Ugh! The young man was awakened by the pain, but in front of him was a dark night. He could only see the dark sky and felt a tearing pain in his chest. Then his vision went black, and he didn't know what happened. Pooh! There was another soft sound, and the zombie emperor's hand was pulled out from the young man's chest. At the same time, it was holding a warm heart. He held the heart to his nose and sniffed it. Then he stood up with satisfaction and turned around to look at the base. He put the bloody heart into his mouth. The zombie emperor opened its mouth wide and bit down, directly biting off a third of the heart. Blood flowed down from the corner of its mouth, but the zombie emperor didn't seem to mind as it continued to chew. Soon, the fresh heart was devoured by him in less than 2 bites. Then he turned around again and dug out another heart just like before. He stood up and ate it again. After he finished eating the hearts of the 4 people, the female zombie leader handed him a clean handkerchief. The zombie emperor took the handkerchief and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth before wiping his bloodied hand. After he finished, he handed the handkerchief back to the female zombie. His movements were as smooth as an upper-class person with good etiquette. After he was done, he turned around and raised his hand. The female zombie behind him and the other 4 level 2 beast kings began to dismember the 4 fresh bodies in an orderly manner. In fact, if you looked carefully, you would find that the level 5 female zombie, although her eyes were black, but her facial features were very beautiful. Her body was also very good, and there wasn't any damage on her body. She was wearing a clean black dress, faintly discernible in the dark. When the zombie emperor ate the hearts of the 4 living people, Yuan Tianqing and the others immediately received the news that 4 living people had gone missing. This is already the 3rd batch. They must have been secretly captured by them. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, and his face was already pale. There is a bloody smell coming from there. It seems that those people have been eaten. Elmar sniffed. The person who came to report said, those people also quietly left their positions, but they didn't come back after they went out. Didn't you say that no one is allowed to go out? Why didn't they listen to the order? Yuan Tianqing said coldly. They are from Haicheng. They don't care about our restrictions. The subordinate reported. Everyone had been restricted for a whole day, and because they were afraid of causing panic, Yuan Tianqing and the others didn't explain the situation clearly. They just told everyone to stay in the hotel and not go out. However, there were always people who didn't know the situation, who didn't want to be controlled. Watch carefully, Yuan Tianqing shouted. Yes, they can actually avoid our detection when they move. Elmar crossed her arms in front of her chest and frowned. Could it be him? Chio Lily said. No, he didn't hide his breath. He hasn't moved at all. Elmar shook her head. Have we become a sheep pen? He didn't make a move on purpose, so he can catch a few when we are hungry and eat them? Yuan Tianqing looked at the others and said hesitantly. The others looked at him and didn't say anything. In the room downstairs, Mrs. Lin Wenwen, Cheng Wangxue, Long Qingying, and the other women were all in the same room. They didn't know the situation outside, but it was obvious that everyone was nervous. The outside of the hotel was surrounded by guards and paranormals. Thousands of people had gathered in this hotel. Everyone was guessing what was going on, but they didn't know what was going on. Moreover, there were people who ran out from time to time, and they didn't come back. Invisible panic spread among the crowd. The Haiqing base was like a sheep pen surrounded by a pack of wolves, and soon, Haiqing received the news. What's going on? Aren't they able to control those zombies? Why are they changing sides now? Zhou Shihui was very puzzled. I'm not too sure about this. It stands to reason that even if Miss Lu isn't here, with Chio Lily and Elmar there, those zombies shouldn't be a problem. Xiao Yunlong frowned, indicating that something was wrong. Our intelligence team has lost 3 teams, but we can't get close to investigate. If we really can't do it, I'll go take a look myself. Kong Qingming stood on the side, his handsome face solemn. I always feel that things aren't so simple. It's better not to act rashly. And no one from their side has come out. If something really happened, someone would have come to report. Zhou Shihui thought about it and said, maybe they can't come out? Or there is something restricting him. Xiao Yunlong said, it seems possible. By the way, how are the materials for the trade going? Zhou Shihui suddenly changed the topic and asked Kong Qingming, it's almost ready. We can set off tomorrow afternoon. Kong Qingming nodded. Chapter 664. 2 days later, in the afternoon, Lin Xiao emerged from the space. She followed the scent of Li Zheng's men and brought them into the space. Hidden Cloud City, Starfire, and Green Mountain Base have all secretly renegotiated the price with the Huaxia base. They've also reduced the number of items they're willing to trade by 30%. Li Zheng explained to Lin Xiao as he worked through the information in his notebook. Lin Xiao sat on the sofa, her elbows resting on her knees. Her fingers were interlocked and resting on her chin. She said softly, China agreed? It looks like they're worried about Lin Kuei's escape. Li Zheng looked at Lin Kuei, who was sitting quietly in a corner. Haiqing also lowered the price, but Leader Wu didn't ask for too much. Lin Xiao nodded. So, who's been the first to leave? Haven't we found anything from Green Mountain Base? The Ming and Black Dragon left this morning after the trade. Black Dragon exchanged for 53rd antidotes and 202nd antidotes. As for the semi-finished products, Huaxia will treat them as gifts. Li Zheng paused, then continued. The Ming didn't seem to have enough supplies, so they didn't exchange for the 3rd antidote. They only exchanged for the 2nd antidote, and only 50 of them. Lin Xiao's fingers rubbed against her chin. How much did Hidden Cloud City and Starfire exchange for? Li Zheng flipped through the notebook in his hand. Hidden Cloud City exchanged 103rd antidotes and 302nd antidotes. Starfire and Black Dragon exchanged about the same amount. Lin Xiao looked up at Lin Kuei and said, China has used your blood to create so many potions. Based on their current level, if they were to drain all your blood, the amount of potions and power of the potions would be enough to clear out a zombie-free zone the size of a province. Lin Kuei was standing to the side with his arms crossed. He turned to look at Lin Xiao, a dark glint in his eyes. However, the antidote was only effective against zombies below level 3. It didn't have much of an effect on those above level 3. If the Chinese continued to use Lin Kuei's notes to develop an upgraded antidote, then they'd be able to achieve great results. When are the Hidden Cloud City people returning? Lin Xiao asked. Tonight, Li Zheng replied. After some thought, he asked again, they have a level 8 adept. Does that mean our chances will drop a lot? Lin Xiao smiled and said, look at the people under him. He doesn't have any level 7 subordinates, so we don't have to worry. Even if I can't kill Lu Zhuofeng, I can still restrain him. Moreover, our strength here isn't that much weaker. Lin Xiao looked at Lin Kuei. There was still a level 7 zombie, so there was no need to worry about Lu Zhuofeng. Besides, no matter what, she did not plan to let him go back safely. Li Zheng did not say anything else. Outside the space, in China's base, Lan Lu was looking at a bottle of potion in his room. Do you think there's something in this medicine that can make the human body immune to the zombie virus? He asked. Won't you know once you study it? Lei Cheng said. I didn't ask you. Lan Lu glanced at him. Lei Cheng. Then don't make a sound. He glared at Lan Lu and said, we don't have a lot of them. You have to save them. This person was like a machine when it came to research. He would forget the amount of materials and time. Every time, he would do all kinds of experiments and analysis. He would only stop when he ran out of materials and become a normal person. Didn't we use hostages to exchange for a batch? Why isn't there a lot? Lan Lu looked at him blankly. Because when you go into research mode, you use them extravagantly. Lei Cheng glanced at him expressionlessly. Of course, the potion they exchanged this time was not for killing zombies, but for research. When we go back, we have to find a way to break through the level of the bus. That guy is stuck at level 6, so it's not a solution. But it's very difficult to break through the level of a spirit-type zombie. Lan Lu's thoughts had already jumped to another side. There were a few level 6 zombies in their base, but they were all stuck. First, they couldn't find the zombie cores of the same level zombies, and second, they didn't know what was going on. The absorption rate of zombie cores of other types of abilities was very low. So they tried many times, but they couldn't break through to level 7. There are very few spirit-type psychics, let alone zombies. But there are so many zombies, we will find them eventually. It's just that the level requirement might not be too easy, Lei Cheng said. The probability of a spirit-type intelligent zombie awakening was too low. Among the zombies that didn't have much intelligence, there was a 1 in 10,000 chance for a genius to appear. Even if there is, high-level intelligent zombies are very cunning. It's not easy to find them. Lan Lu nodded. The higher their intelligence, the stronger their sense of danger. So they hid even deeper, and it would take a lot of effort to find them. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and came in. Zheng Hao came in and closed the door, then walked over with a piece of paper in his hand. There's a situation. Lan Lu and Lei Cheng both turned to look at him. What's the situation? There seems to be a very powerful guy in South China. I think the new base and Haicheng are going to be unlucky. Take a look, Zheng Hao said as he handed the paper to the two of them. Does Wu Qingyuan know about this news? Lan Lu looked at it, and his expression became serious. Of course he knows, because the news came along with the supplies he sent back. Wu Qingyuan has already brought people out of the city. Zheng Hao nodded. At this time, although Wu Qingyuan let Xiao Liqing and the others go back, he didn't go back because he was waiting. Li Zheng's information only came after everyone completed the transaction, but she didn't receive another secret information from Haicheng. That was Haicheng base was now trapped. So when Lin Xiao put Li Zheng and the others into the space, she missed this information. So when she was listening to the information, Wu Qingyue was already waiting for her outside. Xiao Liqing and the others who just left Haicheng base were also stopped by a zombie. This was a level 4 wind-type zombie. It just stood quietly in the middle of the road and didn't do anything. There's a zombie in front of us. Xiao Liqing looked at the zombie in front of him strangely. He felt that it was a bit familiar. Because of the clothes, this zombie's clothes were all clean field platoon camouflage uniforms. Xiao Liqing often saw zombies in this kind of clothes in Haicheng base. Chapter 665. Don't attack. Xiao Liqing jumped out of the car. He carefully walked towards the zombie that was standing still. Captain, Xiao Liqing's subordinate called out to him worriedly. It's okay. Don't worry. Xiao Liqing raised his hand and waved. He walked 3 meters away from the zombie and looked at it silently. Xiao Liqing didn't know if the zombie in front of him could understand human language, because it wasn't one of the zombies that always followed Miss Lu. Roar, roar, dash, the zombie roared at Xiao Liqing. Xiao Liqing. What did it mean? He didn't understand the zombie language. The wind zombie saw that Xiao Liqing didn't respond and roared again. Roar, roar. He wanted to enter the city, but he knew he couldn't go in. It was too dangerous there, but if he didn't go in, his message wouldn't reach Sister Zombie. Then he wouldn't be able to complete his mission. He had been waiting outside the base for a day, but he couldn't sense his boss's aura. So when he saw Xiao Liqing and the others coming out, he smelled a familiar scent. These people had been to their territory before. Maybe they could help. Thus, the wind zombie blocked the opponent. He wanted this food. No, this human to bring him into the dangerous base. But they didn't speak the same language, so the other party didn't seem to understand his words. Because he couldn't understand this human's words either. That? You came from the new base in the upper city, right? Are you here to find your leader? Xiao Liqing asked tentatively. The wind zombie. What did you say? The intelligence of a level 4 zombie was high, like a 7 or 8-year-old child. So after not understanding what Xiao Liqing said, it could only look at him blankly. Wu Qingyue waited for an hour in the base, but he still didn't find any trace of Lin Xiao. He had expected that it wouldn't be so easy to find her, because this female zombie always came and went like a ghost. It was always she looking for others, and it was not easy for others to find her. After thinking about it, Wu Qingyue didn't wait too long, so he turned around and left the base. Then he saw Xiao Liqing and the others were stopped. What's going on? Wu Qingyue suddenly appeared beside Immerse and looked at the two in front of him. Oh, that zombie might have been sent by the new base in the upper city. I don't know why he stopped us. Xiao Liqing is trying to communicate with him, Immerse said expressionlessly. This zombie isn't one of the ones around Miss Lu. Can you communicate with it? Wu Qingyue looked at the zombie and asked. The man and the zombie were talking like chickens talking to ducks. Just look at the zombie's confused expression. However, Immerse was right. This zombie was probably here to inform Lin Xiao. But why did he stop them? Wu Qingyue thought about it and looked back at the Huaxia base behind him. Does he want to go in, but you don't dare to? Wu Qingyue suddenly asked. How did you know? Immerse tilted her head and looked at him. Isn't he here to deliver the news? It must be for Miss Lu, but that guy should still be hiding in the base, so this zombie wanted to go in. But he is only level 4, so it's impossible for him to sneak into the Huaxia base, Wu Qingyue said. Immerse looked at the zombie and asked curiously, Then he stopped us? Could it be that he wants us to help? That's possible. Wu Qingyue nodded and said. After seeing Wu Qingyue's arrival, the wind zombie became vigilant. It wasn't worried that Wu Qingyue would hurt it, but Wu Qingyue's overly strong aura made the wind zombie instinctively cautious and afraid. Suddenly, the level 4 zombie had an idea. This human was super strong and often went to their territory. If they couldn't find their boss, why not ask him for help? Thinking of this, the wind zombie suddenly looked down and touched his pocket, then took out a piece of paper. Of course, he didn't dare to go near Wu Qingyue, but he could go near Xiao Liqing. What do you want? You. Xiao Liqing was having a headache thinking about how to get the zombie to make way for them. The zombie lowered his head and touched left and right, then found a piece of paper. Then the zombie took the paper and carefully walked towards Xiao Liqing. Xiao Liqing saw that it didn't seem like it wanted to attack, and it was holding a piece of paper. Did it want to give it to him? He didn't move. Looking at the level 4 zombie slowly approaching, he reached out his hand and handed him the paper. Xiao Liqing took it, opened it and looked. His expression slightly changed. Then he immediately turned around and walked in front of Wu Qingyue. Look! Wu Qingyue took the paper and looked at it. It wrote, Level 8 Zombie Emperor surrounded the base. Return quickly. Level 8. Wu Qingyue's expression became serious. Then he immediately looked up, Get in the car, go back at full speed. Xiao Liqing pointed at the zombie. What about him? Wu Qingyue wanted to say something, but when he looked up, he saw the zombie suddenly jump to the side of the building, and then his figure disappeared. He left. Wu Qingwei turned around and got in the car. But Miss Liu probably didn't receive this message. Xiao Liqing said hesitantly, I can't wait. Even I can't find her trace. There's no way to send a message to her. I should go back to deal with the zombie emperor. I also want to know how strong a level 8 zombie emperor is. Although Wu Qingyue's expression was serious, there was a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Xiao Liqing didn't say anything else and started the car. At this time, in the base, Lin Feng and the others' expressions were very depressed. What is he trying to do? Lin Feng frowned. In the past 2 days, other than trapping them, the other party didn't let them leave. Anyone who wanted to leave would be attacked and sent back. And every day, from time to time, there would be people who didn't listen to orders and escaped. In the end, every time someone escaped, there would be a thick smell of blood coming from outside. Apart from this, the zombie emperor didn't appear. They didn't know what he was trying to do. I don't know if I can inform the leader. I hope she can receive the message in time. Lin Feng sighed. He felt that this crisis couldn't be avoided. Because they all knew that although they sent a low-level zombie to sneak out, it was only level 4 and didn't have high intelligence, so it was impossible to sneak into the base. Therefore, it was impossible to sneak into the Huaxia base. They could only wait outside the base to be discovered by Lin Xiao. But if Lin Xiao didn't find him, then they didn't know how long they had before they figured out the zombie emperor's goal. If there's no other way, we can only fight him. Elmar's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. She knew that this was the last resort. But their chances of winning were too low, so they couldn't be impulsive until the last moment. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.